Welcome to my channel. In my channel, you can watch various type of fiction and fantasy audiobook. If you want more video like this, please subscribe my channel.
Marvel. Gila, stop this. Wanda, stop pulling me. Part 1. A splitting headache. This was the first sensation Su Chen felt after regaining consciousness, as if someone were using an electric drill on his temples. He struggled to open his eyes. What met his gaze was not the familiar ceiling, but a dark and deep dome inscribed with ancient runes that had long since faded, faintly emitting a heart-palpitating glimmer. Where is this? Su Chen instinctively tried to push himself up. The ground his palms touched was ice-cold and piercing. The material was not rock, but rather something like a polished black metal, engraved with complex and hideous totems. He looked around and found himself on a huge circular stone platform. The surroundings were empty, with only vaguely visible stone pillars and heavy rock walls in the distance. The air was filled with a musty, stale smell, mixed with a pungent scent similar to sulfur, and the whistling of the wind echoed in his ears from an unknown source. Wasn't I playing games in the dorm? Did I transmigration? Su Chen's mind was a mess. As a veteran web novel reader, he was not unfamiliar with this trope, but when it actually happened, the absurdity still left him stunned. He stood up, patted the dust off his body, and was preparing to walk forward a few steps to scout the path when a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Mythological gene system is binding. Binding successful. Detected that the host is in an extremely dangerous environment. Newbie gift pack has been automatically distributed. Newbie gift pack. Better late than never. Su Chen was overjoyed and quickly recited in his heart, open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Newbie Protective Shield one-time use, immune to one fatal attack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Touch of the Void Elementary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Asgard Star Map Fragment. Star Map. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Before he could look closely, a muffled sound of metal being dragged came from the darkness. Immediately after, two clusters of ghostly green flames suddenly lit up not far away, like wolves waking up in the dark. Odin, you old immortal, how dare you send someone to humiliate me? A hoarse, cold voice, filled with endless resentment and violence, echoed in the empty space. Su Chen's hair stood on end, and he instinctively took a step back, his heart pounding wildly. He opened his eyes wide and looked, only to see a tall figure slowly standing up in the depths of the shadows. It was a woman, wearing a suit of dark black armor, a spiked helmet, and silver-white hair messily draped over her shoulders. With every step she took, the black chains at her feet made a teeth-grinding friction sound. Although she looked a bit disheveled, the innate sense of oppression and violent aura made Su Chen feel difficulty breathing even from a distance. Big sister, Su Chen swallowed, his voice trembling, I think this is a misunderstanding. I don't know Odin. I was brought by the system. Ah no, I just got lost and ended up here. System. Gila stopped, a trace of confusion flashing in her emerald eyes, which immediately turned into deeper mockery. Cunning bug, do you think that by changing the name, I wouldn't know you or that old guy's lackey? She raised her hand abruptly. Black light surged in her palm, and a spear condensed from pure power of death formed instantly, pointing directly at the center of Su Chen's brow. Since you've come, don't leave. I will turn you into my first undead warrior and let you accompany me forever in this endless darkness. The spear pierced through the air, moving so fast that Su Chen couldn't react at all. Holy crap! At the critical moment of life and death, the system panel in Su Chen's mind flashed with red light. Ding! Detected that the host has received a fatal attack, Newbie Protective Shield automatically triggered. A translucent golden light shield instantly wrapped around Su Chen. Bang! The spear of death stabbed hard against the light shield, but it shattered instantly like bubbles. It didn't even cause a ripple. Gila was stunned. She looked at the light shield that was still flickering with golden light, then looked at Su Chen, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Odin's divine power. No. What is this thing? Su Chen was also still shaken. Looking at the disappearing light shield, he secretly clicked his tongue in his heart. This newbie protective shield is really top tier. Big sister, listen to my explanation. Su Chen shouted quickly while Hila was distracted. I am really not Odin's person. I am here to help you. Help me. Hila sneered and condensed another spear in her hand. Then let's see if you have the ability. System. Use touch of the void. Su Chen shouted in his heart. Ding. Consuming gene points asterisk 1, activating touch of the void. Su Chen's right hand was instantly wrapped in a layer of eerie black smoke. The smoke was not solid, but more like a type of energy capable of corroding space. He slammed his hand into the air in front of him. That was exactly the seal node indicated by the system. SS's. The moment the black smoke touched the golden seal runes, a violent corrosive sound erupted. The originally indestructible Odin seal actually showed a sign of loosening. This is power of the void. The killing intent in Hela's eyes finally faded a little, replaced by disbelief and shock. She could feel that the power in Su Chen's hand was actually weakening Odin's seal. Mortal, who exactly are you? Hela's voice became low, no longer filled with pure desire for slaughter as before. I already said, my name is Su Chen, I am a, special mage. Su Chen said while panting, maintaining the energy output. As long as you promise to spare me, I will help you completely break this seal. Hila stared at Su Chen for a long time, feeling the power gradually recovering within her, and a cruel smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Good, I promise you. If you dare to play tricks on me, I will make you wish you were dead. Deal. Su Chen was overjoyed and tried his best to urge the energy in his body. The black smoke grew thicker, and the cracks on the seal formation became larger and larger. Right now, Su Chen roared and pushed hard with his last bit of strength. Boom! The seal shattered. Hila raised her head abruptly and let out a joyful howl. The black armor at her feet instantly radiated dazzling black light, and the chains that bound her snapped inch by inch at this moment. Free. Hila felt the power surging within her, her eyes full of fanaticism. She turned her head to look at Su Chen, who had collapsed on the ground. At this moment, Su Chen, due to excessive overdraft of energy, was pale as paper, and didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Mortal, you did well. Hila walked up to him and looked down at him. Although I don't know what you are planning, you did help me break the seal. As a reward, I can spare your life. She reached out, grabbed Su Chen by the collar, and lifted him up. However, Hila leaned close to Su Chen's face, her emerald eyes flashing with dangerous light. From now on, you are my property. If you dare to play any tricks, I will make you regret coming into this world. Cough, cough, understood. Su Chen said weakly. Let's go. Hila casually carried Su Chen on her shoulder like a chick and strode toward the exit. Take me to see what the 9 realms have become after these hundreds of years. Wait. Su Chen raised his hand weakly. Can you not carry me like this? I'm dizzy. Hila turned a deaf ear and kicked open the gate of the treasury. Outside the gate, Thor and Loki were arriving with the guards. Seeing Hila breaking out, everyone was stunned. Hila. You. Thor shouted in horror. Bang. Hila didn't even look at him. With a casual wave of her hand, Thor flew out like a kite with a broken string. What a piece of trash. Hila sneered disdainfully, carrying Su Chen. With a flash of black light at her feet, countless undead warriors burst out from the ground. System, open the portal. Go to Earth. Su Chen shouted in his heart. Ding. Detected that the host holds Asgard star map fragment locating Earth coordinates. Location successful. Warning. Cross-dimensional teleportation requires massive energy support. System energy is insufficient. Please find an external energy source, or consume goddess favorability to force it open. What? It needs energy too. Su Chen felt a chill in his heart. System, not saying it early or late. What's wrong? Hela sensed Su Chen's abnormality. Where is the portal? Your Highness, Su Chen said, bracing himself, the portal needs a little startup capital. How about you give me some divine power to top up? Hela frowned. Although she didn't understand what Su Chen was saying, she casually slapped Su Chen's body. A stream of pure death divine power poured into Su Chen's body. Ding! Detected external energy injection, portal opening. Target location: Earth, Westview. A black crack tore open in front of Hela. What is that? Loki asked in horror. Hela did not answer. Carrying Su Chen, she stepped directly into the portal, leaving behind a devastated Asgard, and Thor lying in a pool of blood. Thor clutched his chest, watching the disappearing black light. Hela has escaped. The sensation of weightlessness lasted only for a moment. When Su Chen stood on solid ground again, the scent lingering at the tip of his nose was no longer the musty, rotting smell of the Asgard dungeon, but rather a fresh breeze mixed with the scent of grass and soil. The whistling sound of the wind in his ears turned into the roar of vehicles speeding by in the distance, along with a few lazy bird chirps. Cough, cough. Su Chen sprawled on the ground and retched a few times. Although he didn't vomit anything substantial, the motion sickness-like dizziness made him feel like he was about to throw up his own bile. Is this what you call Earth? Hela's cold voice came from above, carrying a trace of scrutiny and dissatisfaction. Su Chen managed to lift his head, and what came into view was a somewhat desolate suburban scene. Low bushes surrounded them, and not far away was a dilapidated road with a crooked sign standing by the side that read, "Welcome to Westview." That's right, Your Highness, this is Earth, a place full of, business opportunities. Su Chen rubbed his temples while mentally ranting at the system. System, is this the landing point you chose? Westview. Aside from that crappy sitcom barrier Wanda creates later, what else is here? System prompt. The magnetic field in Westview is relatively stable, suitable for a beginner to develop. Develop? My foot. Su Chen wailed in his heart, there isn't even a decent convenience store here. At this moment, a cold hand suddenly gripped his chin, forcing him to look up. Hela's stunning yet icy face moved closer, dangerous light flickering in her emerald eyes. Mortal, you seem to have many secrets. Hela's voice was low and filled with pressure. That glowing screen, and the system you were just muttering about, what exactly are they? Su Chen's heart tightened, and cold sweat broke out instantly. Facing this goddess of death who had just broken out of prison, he didn't dare to hide anything, otherwise, he might become an undead warrior in the next second. That, Your Highness, that is the magic of us Earthlings, called technology. Su Chen thought quickly and fabricated a half-truth. That screen is my magic book, it can help me with positioning and navigation. Technology. Hela frowned slightly, clearly unfamiliar with this term. She let go, straightened her body, and looked around, a trace of disdain in her eyes. Is this the Midgard of the Nine Realms? It looks even more backward than Asgard. Indeed, although Westview was a small town, it was currently evening, and the sunset spilled over those red brick, white-walled detached houses, appearing exceptionally quiet and peaceful, even a bit monotonous. For Hela, who was accustomed to the resplendent palaces of Asgard, this place might as well have been a slum. Your Highness, times have changed. Su Chen struggled to stand up, brushed the dust off his body, and explained with a wry smile. On Earth now, gods are no longer in vogue, what's popular is cash and credit cards. I have no need for those. Hela said coldly. She raised her hand, and with a flash of black light in her palm, a brand new set of black armor instantly covered her entire body, and her originally messy silver hair became neat and smooth. I only need power. Su Chen watched this scene and couldn't help but swallow hard. This is the privilege of the Asgard god race, coming with a built-in dress-up system. Then look at himself, dressed in rags from being tossed around in the dungeon, looking just like a vagrant who had just crawled out of a trash heap. Let's go. Hela took a step, walking straight toward the road, her tone unquestionable. Take me to the nearest town. I need a sword. A sword. Su Chen was stunned. What do you need a sword for? Of course, to decorate the room. Hila said without looking back, her tone carrying a hint of Tsunere. Also, I need to take a shower. Although this armor can change, my body still feels very uncomfortable. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Big sister, you are a fugitive who just got released from prison, can you be a bit more low-key? Asking for a sword and a shower right off the bat, do you think this is a hotel? But complaints aside, Su Chen still followed obediently. After all, he was now Hela's property. If he angered this grand aunt, he could be turned into a member of the undead army at any moment. The two walked one after another on the country road. Hela's domineering black armor and Su Chen's disheveled appearance formed an extremely bizarre picture. Not long after, an old pickup truck drove up from behind. The driver was a middle-aged man wearing a straw hat. Seeing the two on the side of the road, he slowed down, rolled down the window, revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth, and asked in heavily accented English, "Hey, folks, need a ride?" Su Chen was preparing to nod and thank him, but Hila suddenly stopped and turned her head, her emerald eyes staring coldly at the man. An invisible sense of oppression instantly enveloped the pickup truck. The smile on the man's face instantly froze. He felt as if his heart was being squeezed by an invisible giant hand, and even breathing became difficult. Mortal, your gaze is very impolite. Hela's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the man's ears. The man was so scared that he shuddered, scrambled to shift gears, and slammed on the accelerator. The pickup truck roared and darted away as if fleeing for its life, leaving only a trail of exhaust. Su Chen. What's wrong? Hila turned her head and looked at Su Chen with an innocent face. Wasn't he going to give us a ride? Your Highness. Su Chen held his forehead and said helplessly, next time, can you not be so scary? We still have to live in this world for a long time, and I don't want to be caught and dissected as an alien. Alien. Hela gave a soft hum. I am the goddess of death of Asgard, who would dare to touch me? Although she said that, Hela still restrained her aura a bit. She took steps to continue walking forward, and Su Chen had to follow helplessly. After walking for about 20 minutes, the two finally saw the center of Westview. A few low buildings, a convenience store, a coffee shop, and a small square. I want that. Hela suddenly stopped and pointed to a boutique shop window in the center of the square. Su Chen looked in the direction she pointed and saw an exquisite Western sword displayed in the window. Although it was just a decoration, in Hela's eyes, it seemed much more pleasing than that scrap metal. Your Highness, that is a decoration, it cannot be used for fighting. Su Chen tried to dissuade her. I said I want that. Hela's tone became firm. All right, we'll get that. Su Chen sighed, felt his pockets, and found he was penniless, but Your Highness, I need money. Money. Hela frowned slightly, I have that kind of thing too. Saying this, she waved her hand, and a pile of golden Asgard coins appeared out of thin air. Clatter, clatter. The coins fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Su Chen looked at the pile of coins on the ground, his mouth twitching wildly. Your Highness, this is Earth, not Asgard. People here don't accept gold coins, only US dollars. Hela's face sank instantly. Do you mean to say we have no money? To be precise, the hard currency is wrong. Su Chen said with a wry smile. Also, we don't even have identification. In this small town, without ID and credit cards, we can't even find a place to stay. Hela was silent. She looked at Su Chen, a trace of impatience flashing in her eyes, but more of a sense of unfamiliarity with this strange world. Then what do you suggest? Hela crossed her arms and looked down at Su Chen. If you cannot solve this problem, I will raise this place to the ground and build a palace myself. Su Chen was startled and quickly said, Don't. Your Highness, please don't. Although it's small, the people here are simple and honest. We can, first find a place to work, earn some money, and then slowly figure out a way. Work. Hela looked as if she had heard a huge joke. I am the goddess of death, and you want me to work. Not you, me. Su Chen pointed to himself. I will go find a job. And you can just watch from the side. Hela stared at Su Chen for a long time, seemingly evaluating the feasibility of this plan. Finally, she gave a soft hum and turned away. Suit yourself. But if you dare to run away, I will let you know what real hell is. I wouldn't dare. Su Chen waved his hands quickly. Just then, a young girl wearing an apron walked out of a coffee shop on the other side of the square. She had curly brown hair and a warm smile on her face, and was preparing to put away the menu board at the entrance. Su Chen's eyes lit up. That was a coffee shop. Usually, places like this would hire part-time waiters. Your Highness, please wait for me here. Su Chen whispered, I'll be right back. Go. Hela waved her hand impatiently, as if shooing away a fly. Su Chen took a deep breath, tidied up his ragged clothes, and walked toward the coffee shop. Hey, hello. Su Chen walked up to the girl and put on what he considered his friendliest smile. Excuse me, are you hiring? The girl turned her head, saw Su Chen's face which, although a bit disheveled, had decent features, was stunned for a moment, and then revealed a sweet smile. Hello, yes, we are hiring part-time waiters. Do you know how to make coffee? I know how to drink it. Su Chen said, half jokingly. The girl laughed, that's not bad either. Our boss is a very nice person. As long as you are diligent, it's fine. What's your name? My name is Su Chen. Su Chen said, this is my, cousin, Hela. He pointed to Hela, who was not far away. At this moment, Hela was standing under a street lamp, arms crossed, watching this side with an indifferent face, her black armor looking particularly striking in the sunset. The girl followed Su Chen's finger, and the moment she saw Hela, the smile on her face stiffened. Clearly, Hela's innate sense of oppression in her strange attire made her feel a bit uneasy. Oh, are you from some film crew? The girl asked tentatively. You could say that. Su Chen said vaguely, we came here to take photos, but, we ran into some trouble and lost our wallets. Is that so? The girl nodded, seemingly accepting the explanation, then wait a moment, I'll go call the boss. After a while, a middle-aged man walked out of the coffee shop. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked refined. He must be the boss of this shop. Are you here to apply? The boss looked Su Chen over and then glanced at Hela in the distance, a flash of doubt in his eyes, but he still nodded. Fine, we are short-handed here. The salary is $15 per hour, including one meal. How does that sound? Deal. Su Chen agreed without hesitation. For him right now, this was already a lifeline. All right, you come to work at 9 tomorrow morning. First, a 3-day trial. The boss said. Thank you, boss. Su Chen said gratefully. Just then, a loud noise came from the distance. Boom. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head sharply. He saw a huge deep pit appear on the ground in front of Hela, and the surrounding street lamps had been shattered. Hela stood at the edge of the pit, retracted her hand with an indifferent face, and said calmly, Mortal, if you don't hurry up, I will tear this place down. Su Chen. The boss and the girl. Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly and said to the boss, boss, my cousin, she has a bit of a temper, please don't mind. I'll go calm her down. After saying that, Su Chen took off running toward Hela. Your Highness, what are you doing? Su Chen ran to Hela and whispered. I am reminding you that it is getting late. Hela said coldly, I am hungry, and I need a shower. Su Chen looked at the mess on the ground and sighed helplessly. All right, I understand. We'll go find a motel now. There is no motel. The boss didn't know when he had walked over, a stiff smile on his face. Sir, miss, we do not accept Asgard gold coins here, nor do we accept that payment method. Also, we have no vacant rooms here. Clearly, Hela's earth-shattering move just now had terrified the boss. Su Chen's heart sank. Then what do we do? We can't just sleep on the street, right? The boss pointed to a motel on the other side of the square and said, the Westview Motel, over there might still have rooms, but they only accept cash. Thank you, boss. Su Chen thanked him, then turned his head to look at Gila, and said with a wry smile, Your Highness, it seems we can only stay at a motel tonight. Gila looked at the motel, which didn't look much better than a slum, and frowned tightly, Mortal, you had better pray that the bed there is sturdy enough. Su Chen shook his head helplessly and led Gila toward the motel. At this moment, he didn't know that this was just the first day of his cohabitation with this Sunere goddess. In the days to come, these chaotic scenes would become the norm. And at this moment, in some corner of Westview, a strange scarlet energy fluctuation was quietly awakening. The night deepened, and the hustle and bustle of Westview gradually settled into silence, but the front desk of the Westview Motel welcomed an extremely strange pair of guests. The old man at the front desk wore reading glasses and looked suspiciously at the tall and short, black and white combination before him. Su Chen was wearing a worn-out hoodie he had picked up from who knows which trash heap, while behind him, Gila was dressed in black armor that looked like it had just walked out of a heavy metal rock music video, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, shimmering with a cold luster under the dim yellow light. The two of you, staying the night. The old man pushed up his glasses, his hand quietly reaching for the defensive shotgun under the counter. Yes, sir. Su Chen put on what he considered to be a harmless smile and pulled a crumpled wad of bills from his pocket. The advance salary he had just earned by helping the cafe owner move a few crates of beer. We want the best room, preferably one with a double bed. Behind him, upon hearing the words, double bed, Gila frowned imperceptibly but did not voice any objection. On this backward planet, it seemed there was no choice but to make do. The old man counted the money, glanced at Hela's, I'll kill anyone who says another word, expression, swallowed hard, and quickly pulled out the key tag for room 103 and tossed it over. Take it, the building at the very back. Don't make too much noise in the room, especially that woman, she looks sturdy enough, don't collapse the bed. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to explain that Gila was actually very light, he was pushed on the back by an invisible force and stumbled toward the room. With a bang, the door was kicked shut by Gila. Without even needing a key to lock it, a layer of black ice crystals condensed at the lock, completely sealing the mechanism. This place is worse than a pigsty. Gila looked around the room, which was less than 20 square meters. There was a slightly sagging double bed, a paint-chipped table, and a water heater that looked like it would explode at any moment. Your Highness, please make do for now. Su Chen spread his hands helplessly. Once I start my job tomorrow and earn some money, I'll get you a 5-star hotel. 5-star. Gila snorted softly, her gaze falling on the double bed, her expression becoming somewhat complex. So, we are to sleep together. Ah. Su Chen froze for a moment, then immediately reacted and waved his hands frantically. No, no, no. I meant, I'll sleep on the bed, and you'll sleep on the bed, we'll draw a line in the middle. Or I can sleep on the floor. I swear to heaven, I, Su Chen, am absolutely not the kind of scoundrel who would take advantage of someone. Gila stared at Su Chen for a few seconds, then suddenly a playful smile curled at the corners of her lips. What? Is the beauty of this goddess not good enough for your eyes? In Asgard, how many princes of the god race would break their heads just to have dinner with me? That's true, you are stunningly beautiful, and I am cowardly as a mouse. Su Chen laughed dryly, while frantically complaining in his heart. Just kidding, this is Gila, the goddess of death, the kind of person who makes people vanish into thin air at the drop of a hat. Who would dare sleep with her? Enough, stop talking nonsense. Gila suppressed her smile, her tone becoming somewhat irritable. I want to take a shower. Although this body can maintain cleanliness, the psychological filth needs to be washed away by water. She walked to the entrance of the precarious-looking shower stall, tested the water temperature, and then her face darkened. This water is red. Su Chen leaned over to look, and well, the water heater was in disrepair. The water flowing out had a rusty smell and was a strange, dark red color. This is rust. Water on Earth is sometimes like this. Su Chen quickly explained, I'll get you a basin of water. No, I'll go downstairs and buy you a bottle of mineral water to wipe yourself down. No need. Gila had clearly lost patience. She raised her hand, black light surging in her palm, and the showerhead was instantly enveloped by a dark substance. Immediately after, clear, transparent water flow appeared out of thin air, even at a suitable temperature. Su Chen. Fine, magic is just useful. He silently turned around, facing away from the bathroom, and sat honestly on the edge of the bed, motionless like a wooden statue. The sound of water came from the bathroom. Although Su Chen tried his best to restrain himself, the perfect curves of Hela's figure couldn't help but surface in his mind. After all, the original owner of this body was a hot-blooded young man, and facing such temptation, the body instinctively produced some reactions. Calm down, Su Chen. You are a man with a system. You cannot be swayed by beauty, although she is truly beautiful. Su Chen frantically recited the heart-clearing mantra in his heart. Just then, the bathroom door was suddenly pulled open. Mortal. Hela's voice, carrying a trace of laziness and dampness, reached Su Chen's ears. Su Chen stiffened and quickly turned his head, only to see Gila wrapped in nothing but a white bath towel provided by the hotel. Although the towel was slightly tight for her proud figure, it covered the necessary places. Her wet silver hair was draped over her shoulders, water droplets sliding down her delicate collarbone, and her cold, glamorous face currently bore a trace of displeasure. What's wrong, Your Highness? Su Chen swallowed, trying hard to control his gaze from wandering. My clothes are dirty. Gila pointed to the pile of black armor she had taken off in the bathroom. At this moment, the armor had turned into ordinary black fabric, looking like an evening gown soiled by mud. I need to wear new ones. Now. Su Chen looked at the pitch-black night outside the window. Your Highness, it's already 10 o'clock at night, the shops are all closed. Then I should wear these wet clothes. Gila narrowed her eyes, and a chill began to spread through the room. No. I have a way. Su Chen quickly stood up, a bright idea striking him. Your Highness, have you forgotten? You are a god, you can create new clothes just like you created the water earlier. Gila froze for a moment, as if she had just remembered she possessed this ability. She frowned, seemingly annoyed that she had been stumped by such a trivial matter. HMPH, this low-level fabric is too troublesome to weave. Although Gila said that, she still raised her hand, and black light flashed. This time, what appeared in her hands was no longer that imposing battle armor, but a set of, extremely revealing black silk nightgowns. The design of the nightgown was extremely bold. The V-neck was so deep it seemed you could see her navel, the hem was so short it could barely cover the root of her thighs, and it was adorned with a few cheap sequins that shimmered under the light with a sense of cheap luxury. Su Chen. Is this really the clothing woven by the goddess of death? Is this aesthetic serious? Gila was clearly also somewhat confused by the appearance of the garment. She frowned as she looked at the nightgown in her hand, then looked at Su Chen, as if confirming whether this clothing was appropriate. Your Highness, Su Chen cautiously suggested, how about you create another one? This one looks a bit like a nightclub uniform. Shut up. Gila glared at him coldly. It's good enough that you have something to wear. The aesthetic of a mortal is indeed low level. After saying that, she undid the bath towel right in front of Su Chen. Su Chen was so scared he quickly covered his eyes, but his fingers were spread wide. Your Highness. Men and women should not have physical contact. What? You don't dare to look. Gila said while leisurely putting on the revealing nightgown, looking at Su Chen provocatively. Just now in the bathroom, weren't you eavesdropping the whole time? That was being vigilant against danger. Su Chen defended himself, his face and neck turning red. PFF'd. Hila finished changing her clothes and walked to the mirror to look at herself. Although the style of this clothing made her somewhat disdainful, it had to be said that the black silk complemented her fair skin and cold, glamorous temperament very well, possessing a unique charm. All right, sleep. Hila walked to the bed, directly occupied the center of the bed, lay down like a proud Persian cat, and patted the spot beside her. You sleep here. Su Chen had no choice but to turn off the lights and, biting the bullet, lay on the edge of the bed. This double bed was indeed somewhat narrow for two people. As soon as Su Chen lay down, he could feel a wave of warmth coming from beside him, as well as the faint, cold fragrance like black roses on Hela's body. Mortal. In the darkness, Hela's voice sounded again. Yes, Your Highness. Su Chen closed his eyes, his whole body tense. If you dare to touch me while I'm asleep, I will cut off your hands. Understood. There was silence for the night. Of course, for Su Chen, this night was pure torture. He kept one posture and dared not move, fearing that if he turned over even a little, he would touch the ticking time bomb beside him. And Hila seemed truly tired, her breathing gradually becoming steady and deep. Just as Su Chen was about to drift off to sleep, a slight click sound suddenly came from the room's window. Su Chen instantly woke up. As a transmigration user with a system, although his sensory ability was not strong, it was still sharper than that of an ordinary person. He sensed that an extremely weak energy fluctuation was approaching this hotel. System, scan. Su Chen recited in his heart. Detected high concentration of chaos magic fluctuation. Source, Westview block. Distance, 500 meters, approaching rapidly. Chaos magic. Su Chen was shocked in his heart, could it be? Before he could react, the window glass suddenly shattered, and a red figure crashed through the window and rolled into the room. Holy crap! Su Chen subconsciously sprang up from the bed, grabbing the desk lamp on the nightstand to defend himself. Hila was also startled awake. She sat up abruptly, her sleepy eyes filled with the violence of being woken up, her emerald eyes flashing with murderous intent in the darkness. Who? The thing that rolled in also stopped at this moment. It was a girl wearing a red robe, her brown curly hair somewhat messy, and her face wearing a look of terror. Seeing that there were two people in the room, and one of them was Hila wearing a revealing nightgown, she was stunned. Sorry. I went to the wrong place. The girl stuttered, clearly also frightened by the scene before her. Su Chen looked at the girl, then looked at Hila, his mouth twitching. Is this plot progression a bit too fast? Went to the wrong place. Hila narrowed her eyes, a dark energy condensing in her palm. Mortal, you have disturbed my sleep, and this is a capital offense. Wait. Su Chen quickly stopped Hila. Your Highness, don't be impulsive. She might be lost. Yes, lost. He turned his head, looked at the girl, and revealed a smile that looked worse than crying. Wanda, long time no see. The girl, Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff, was clearly stunned. You know me. Ah, heard of you, heard of you. Su Chen laughed dryly, while wailing in his heart. System, what happened to the slow development? It's only the second day and you've already brought Wanda here. Great, the Shira field has opened ahead of schedule. Hila looked at Su Chen, then looked at Wanda, the sleepiness in her eyes instantly dissipating, replaced by a light called hostility. So that's how it is. Hila sneered, the nightgown on her body instantly turning into the black armor used for battle. It seems my property is a bit of a magnet for trouble. Wanda also reacted at this moment, seeing Hela's imposing armor and feeling the powerful aura on the other party that was not inferior to her own. She immediately became vigilant. Who are you? And, are you, living together? Living together. Hila raised an eyebrow, suddenly reaching out to wrap her arm around Su Chen's neck, pulling him to her side, and revealing a provocative smile at Wanda. That's right, we are living together. What, do you want to join in too? What? Su Chen and Wanda shouted in unison. Su Chen was scared, and Wanda was shy. No. That's not what I meant. Wanda flushed red, stuttering, my powers went out of control, and I accidentally teleported here. I'm leaving now. Saying that, a red light flashed on her body, and she was about to teleport away again. Trying to run. How could Gila let her run away just like that? Just arriving on Earth and encountering a powerhouse capable of contending with her, she was itching for a fight. Gila waved her hand casually, and a large patch of black thorns appeared out of thin air, instantly sealing the entire room, completely blocking Wanda's teleportation path. Since you've come, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Gila licked her lips, her eyes flashing with a desire for battle. Let's have a spar and see whose magic is superior. Hey, Your Highness. Calm down. Su Chen watched this scene, wanting to cry but having no tears. This already small motel room had now completely turned into a gladiatorial arena for two top-tier witches. And he, Su Chen, caught in the middle, felt that he was not far from vanishing into thin air. System. Hurry and give me a hint. I can't handle this script. Su Chen screamed frantically in his heart. Ding. Triggered side quest. Chaotic Shura Field. Quest objective. Calm the anger of the two goddesses and successfully recruit the Scarlet Witch into the harem, affection +10. Reward. Void Realm Gene Evolution Points *1. Skill, Mind Soothing, Elementary. Su Chen. This system is definitely doing this on purpose. Inside the cramped motel room, the air seemed to have solidified into substance, suffocating everyone. On one side was Gila, clad in black armor with deathly black mist swirling around her. With a casual wave of her hand, countless pitch-black spikes sealed off all windows and the door. Her emerald eyes flashed with undisguised battle intent and killing intent. On the other side was the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. She hovered in midair, scarlet chaos magic dancing in her palms, illuminating the originally dim room in blood-red light. Though she looked terrified, her magical power had instinctively erupted to its limit to protect herself. Mortal, move aside. Stay back. Two voices rang out simultaneously. Su Chen stood between the two, still holding that pitiful desk lamp, feeling like an ant caught between two colliding tanks. You two beauties, can you listen to me explain? Su Chen swallowed hard, trying to use the gentlest tone to diffuse this crisis. We are all civilized people, let's talk things out. Don't resort to fighting at every turn. This room is very expensive. Shut up, Su Chen. Gila glanced at him coldly, the black spear in her hand already formed. This little witch in red disturbed my rest and tried to seduce my servant. She must die. Servant. Wanda was stunned for a moment, then frowned, her gaze becoming sharp. Are you from Asgard? And, he is your servant. She looked at Su Chen, then at Hela's haughty posture, and an inexplicable surge of anger rose in her heart. Although she and Su Chen had just met, her intuition told her that this man was definitely not a servant. I'm not a servant. I'm her guide. Su Chen quickly defended himself, while shouting crazily in his heart, system. Where are the mission prompts? How do I appease these two crazy women? Prompt. High concentration chaos magic and divine power of death detected, causing a repulsive reaction. It is recommended that the host use Touch of the Void as a medium to guide the resonance of both energies. Touch of the Void. Guide energy. Su Chen was shocked. Are you kidding me? These are two completely different types of power. If I mess up, I'll be blown to pieces. What? Are you afraid? Gila sneered, her black spear pointing sharply at Wanda. Then get out of the way and don't hinder me from teaching this ignorant little witch a lesson. Who's afraid of who? Wanda was not one to be trifled with. Since her brother passed away, she had long been accustomed to using magic to solve problems. With a wave of her hands, two balls of scarlet fire appeared out of thin air and headed straight for Gila. You're courting death. Killing intent surged in Hela's eyes. The black spear in her hand flew out, and at the same time, black light flashed at her feet as countless phantoms of undead warriors burst from the ground, rushing toward Wanda. It's over, it's over. Su Chen watched this chaotic scene, knowing that if he didn't act now, people would really die. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Touch of the void. Su Chen roared, throwing his hands wide open. Black smoke instantly wrapped around his arms. He didn't attack anyone, instead, he rushed directly into the intersection of the two forces. Boom! The black and red energies violently collided, erupting with blinding light. Su Chen felt as if he had been hit by two high-speed trains at the same time. A sharp pain in his chest sent him flying, and he crashed heavily against the wall. Cough! Cough! Su Chen clutched his chest, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Su Chen. Wanda gasped, subconsciously wanting to rush over, but then stopped her footsteps. She looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Why did you block it? You could have clearly dodged it. Cough, cough, because I am your friend. Su Chen barely managed a smile, though it looked uglier than crying. Hila watched this scene, her movements stopping. She looked at Su Chen's disheveled state and then at Wanda's concerned expression, her brows knitting tightly. Mortal, you are stupid. Hila said coldly. Is it worth it for a woman you just met? Your Highness. Su Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, panting heavily. She is not an enemy. She is Wanda. She is like me, also, from somewhere else. Somewhere else. Hila narrowed her eyes, scanning Wanda. She does indeed have a strange power, different from the powers of the Nine Realms. Wanda had also calmed down by now. She looked at Hila, then at Su Chen, the red light on her body gradually receding. Who are you? Why do you have such powerful strength? And, how do you know my name? It's a long story. Su Chen struggled to climb up from the floor, leaning against the wall. Let's sit down and talk, shall we? If we keep fighting, this house is really going to collapse. Hila snorted coldly and withdrew her black spear. Although she was very unhappy, she knew there was no point in continuing to fight. Moreover, she had developed a hint of interest in this red-haired witch who could rival her own power. Wanda slowly landed as well. Although she remained vigilant, the hostility in her eyes had faded quite a bit. Seeing this, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He walked to the bed that had already collapsed halfway and sat down, feeling like all his bones were about to fall apart. System, is the mission complete? He asked in his heart. Ding. Mission progress. Calm the rage, 50%. Please continue to work hard, host, and build favorability between both parties. Only 50%. Su Chen wailed in his heart. How else am I supposed to work hard? Do you want me to sing them a song each? Su Chen, are you okay? Wanda walked to Su Chen's side, asking with concern. She stretched out her hand, a faint red light glowing in her palm, seemingly wanting to help heal Su Chen. I'm fine, just superficial wounds. Su Chen waved his hand, then looked at Hila. Your Highness, you should calm down too. Wanda is not a bad person, her ability is a bit out of control. Hila sat on the only intact chair in the room, arms crossed, looking at the two with indifference. I am not angry. I am just evaluating her strength. If she can be used by me, she would be a decent henchman. Henchman. Wanda frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this title. I don't work for anyone. Is that so? Hila chuckled softly, and an invisible pressure was released again. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, strength is everything. Resistance without strength is futile. Wanda felt that powerful pressure, her expression changing slightly, and the chaos magic in her body began to stir again. All right. Su Chen quickly stood up, blocking between the two. Everyone is tired, let's rest first. Wanda, you sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. Your Highness, you sleep on the bed too, the bed is big enough anyway. What? Hila and Wanda shouted in unison. What? Is there a problem? Su Chen looked at the two innocently. This is the best arrangement. Don't tell me you want me to sleep outside. Hila stared at Su Chen for a long time, then suddenly a playful smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Fine. Since Su Chen arranged it this way, then let it be. She stood up, walked to the bed, and lay down directly, even patting the spot next to her. Wanda, right. Come sleep. This goddess doesn't mind sharing the bed with others. Wanda looked at Hela's provocative posture, then at Su Chen, and gritted her teeth. Sleep then. Who's afraid of who? After saying that, she also walked to the bed and lay down on the other side of Hela. Su Chen watched this scene, the corners of his mouth twitching wildly. Is this really the calm the rage he wanted? Why does it feel more like moving a powder keg onto the bed? System, come out, let's talk about life. Su Chen said helplessly in his heart. Ding. Mission progress. Calm the rage 100%. Reward distributed. It's finished just like this. Su Chen was stunned. Su Chen, why are you still standing there? Hela's voice came from the bed, carrying a hint of laziness and command. Turn off the lights, sleep. Oh, okay. Su Chen obediently turned off the lights, then spread a blanket on the floor and lay down. In the darkness, he listened to the rising and falling breathing of the two women on the bed, feeling that his future days would probably be even harder than in the Asgard dungeon. Su Chen. Suddenly, Wanda's voice rang out in the darkness. What's wrong? Su Chen asked. Who exactly are you? Wanda's voice carried a hint of curiosity. Why do you know my name? And, who is that woman? Su Chen was just about to make up an excuse, but Hela's voice cut in. Who he is, you don't need to ask. Hela said coldly. He is just my guide, a humble mortal. Mortal. Wanda chuckled softly. If a mortal can block our attacks, then I can be a mortal too. Su Chen listened to their conversation, feeling his head grow as big as a bushel. He knew he couldn't remain silent anymore, or these two women would eventually start fighting again. Wanda, actually I am also a transmigrator. Su Chen made up a half-truthful excuse. I come from a place called the Void Realm. I can sense your magic fluctuations, so I know your name. Void Realm. Wanda clearly hadn't heard this term. What kind of place is that? A very distant place, filled with, unknown energy. Su Chen said vaguely. As for Her Highness Hela, she is the goddess of death from Asgard, and also my, partner. Goddess of Death. Wanda was clearly startled by this title. You mean, she is a god? That's right, I am a god. Hela said proudly. And you, although you have some cleverness, in front of me, you are nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. Who are you calling an ant? Wanda was clearly provoked. My chaos magic isn't just for show. Alright, stop arguing. Su Chen shouted quickly. It's night now, we need to rest. Tomorrow I will take you to a place. Where to? Wanda asked. To the Stark Industries recruitment fair. Su Chen gritted his teeth and stated a bold plan. There is work there, money, and things that can help you understand this world. Stark Industries. Wanda had clearly heard this name. You mean, Tony Stark's company? That's right. Su Chen nodded. How about it? Interested. In the darkness, Wanda was silent for a moment, then said softly, okay, I'll go. Hela gave a cold snort. Mortal technology, fragile. However, since you said so, I will go and see what this so-called Stark Industries is capable of. Su Chen listened to their answers and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what would happen tomorrow, at least for tonight, this chaotic battlefield was temporarily settled. Just what he didn't know was that in a corner of Westview, a pair of eyes was watching every move in this motel through a surveillance screen. Report, Director, high energy magic reaction appeared in Westview, suspected unknown target intrusion. Got it, monitor closely. If they have any actions that threaten the security of Earth, immediately activate Project Pegasus. Yes. The morning sunlight filtered through the shattered window, dappling the floor, which was in complete disarray. Su Chen was awakened by a piercing chill. He opened his eyes groggily to see Hila standing by the window, toying with a ball of black ice crystals, while Wanda sat on the edge of the bed, tying her hair with a ribbon. The two ignored each other, and the air was filled with an awkward atmosphere of, whoever speaks first loses. Morning. Su Chen sat up, yawning, feeling sore all over. How did you sleep last night? The floor is hard. Hila said coldly, her tone full of complaint. The bed isn't very comfortable either. Wanda echoed, then immediately realized she was actually chatting with Su Chen, so she shut her mouth and turned her head away. Su Chen shook his head helplessly, stood up, and stretched. All right, stop complaining. Wash your faces, we need to get going. To Stark Industries. Wanda asked. That's right. Su Chen nodded. Tony Stark is an egomaniac, but his company is indeed the best place on Earth right now for us to integrate into society. Besides, there should be resources we need there. Resources. Hila raised an eyebrow. You mean, energy sources? Sort of. Su Chen said vaguely. He actually wanted to say, money, and identification, but clearly Hila cared more about power. After a simple wash, Wanda used magic to conjure clean water, while Hila used black fog to purify her body. The three left the dilapidated motel and headed toward the bus stop in Westview. Along the way, Hela's black armor and Wanda's slightly disheveled red robe attracted countless sidelong glances from passers-by. Su Chen could only walk in the middle helplessly, trying his best to minimize his presence. Mortal, these people's gazes are impolite. Hila frowned and said in a low voice. Endure it. Su Chen squeezed the words through his teeth. This is Earth, not Asgard. Don't cause trouble. Hila snorted. Although dissatisfied, she still restrained her aura. It was already 9 in the morning when they arrived at the Stark Industries recruitment center. The recruitment hall was bustling with people, filled with young people in suits and leather shoes, holding resumes and waiting in long lines. Su Chen walked in with two, strangely dressed, female companions, instantly becoming the center of attention. Who is that? Is it cosplay for a convention? That guy is really brave, bringing two female companions to an interview. Shish, keep it down, that woman in black looks really fierce. The surrounding whispers reached his ears, but Su Chen could only pretend not to hear them. He walked to the front desk and gave the staff member in charge of registration what he thought was his friendliest smile. Hello, I'm here for an interview, here is my resume. The staff member was a young girl with thick-rimmed glasses. She looked at Su Chen, then at Hila and Wanda behind him, and was stunned for a moment. Sir, this is technical recruiting, not casting for extras. I know. Su Chen pointed to the name on the resume. My name is Su Chen, and these are my two, assistants. We are here to apply for a special projects consultant. Special projects consultant. The girl was clearly confused by the title. But, we don't have this position on our recruitment list. There wasn't before. Su Chen smiled confidently. But I believe Mr. Tony Stark will be interested. Just then, the side door of the hall suddenly opened, and a group of security personnel in black suits walked out. The person leading them was none other than S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Coulson. Coulson held a tablet, scanned the crowd, and finally his gaze fixed on Hila and Wanda. His eyes instantly became vigilant. Who are they? Coulson said in a low voice to the security captain beside him. Check their background. Already checking, officer. The security captain reported. The man is named Su Chen, no criminal record, he is a vagrant. The two women, there is no matching information in the database. No information. Coulson frowned slightly. Then it's even more suspicious. Monitor them closely. Although Su Chen didn't hear Coulson's conversation, his keen intuition made him feel like he was being watched. He turned his head and met Coulson's sharp eyes. System, scan. Su Chen muttered in his mind. Detected S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Phil Coulson, threat level, low. Suggestion. Avoid conflict. Trouble is here. Su Chen whispered to the two women beside him. Whatever happens later, don't move. Leave it to me to handle. Who dares to touch me? Hila said coldly. Even if it's someone from S.H.I.E.L.D., I will kill them without hesitation. Don't. Su Chen quickly pressed her shoulder. This is Stark's territory, and Tony Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D. cooperate. Don't cause trouble for me. Hila shook off his hand and snorted coldly, as you wish. But if they dare to provoke me, I will tear this place down. Finally, it was Su Chen's turn for the interview. The interviewer was a senior project manager at Stark Industries, a man in his 40s with gold-rimmed glasses and a serious expression. Mr. Su Chen, the project manager looked at the resume in his hand, brows furrowed. Your resume doesn't seem to have any special skills. What did you do before? I am a freelancer. Su Chen said vaguely. But I have a deep understanding of technology and magic. Technology and magic. The project manager acted as if he had heard a joke. Sir, this is Stark Industries, not Hogwarts. We need real technology, not metaphysics. I know. Su Chen nodded, suddenly turned his head, and winked at Wanda behind him. Wanda understood, gently raised her hand, and a faint red light appeared at her fingertips. The red light drew a graceful arc in the air, then transformed into a red butterfly, landing gently on the project manager's tie. What is this? The project manager was startled and wanted to swat the butterfly away, only to find it had no physical form and was made of pure energy. Is this a hologram? The project manager asked suspiciously. No, this is magic. Wanda said flatly. At the same time, Hila also stepped out. She didn't speak, just gently raised her hand, and the cup of water on the interview table instantly froze into ice, then transformed into an exquisite ice sword, floating in the air. The project manager was completely stunned. Sir, Su Chen said with a smile. Now, do you think we are qualified to apply for a special projects consultant? The project manager swallowed, looking at the three freaks in front of him, at a loss for words. Just then, the door to the interview room was suddenly pushed open. A man in a black trench coat walked in. It was Coulson. No need to struggle, project manager. Coulson said with a smile. S.H.I.E.L.D. will take these three. Su Chen's heart sank. S.H.I.E.L.D. That's right. Coulson walked up to Su Chen and extended his hand. Let me introduce myself. I am S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Phil Coulson. Our director is very interested in your abilities and would like to invite you to the agency to have a cup of tea. Tea. Hila sneered. I'm not interested. She suddenly raised her hand, and a ball of black fog headed straight for Coulson. Careful. The surrounding security personnel immediately drew their guns, but Coulson stood still. Just as the black fog was about to touch Coulson, a red barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the black fog's attack. It was Wanda. Wanda. Su Chen looked at her in surprise. Wanda retracted her hand and said flatly, S.H.I.E.L.D. is Earth's official organization. Although it's a bit bureaucratic, it's better than those terrorist groups. Also. She looked at Coulson and then at Su Chen. I think going there might be a good idea. Coulson nodded with a smile. A wise choice. Our director said, as long as you are willing to cooperate, we can provide everything you want. Su Chen looked at Coulson's confident demeanor, then at the two women beside him, knowing he couldn't escape today. Fine, Su Chen sighed. We'll go with you. But don't say I didn't warn you. If you dare to play any tricks, I'll tear your agency down. Coulson smiled. Rest assured, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. are always hospitable. Thus, Su Chen, Hila, and Wanda, under the surprised gazes of countless people, were taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents into a car, driving toward an unknown future. In the car, Hila looked coldly out the window and suddenly turned her head to say to Su Chen, Mortal, you better pray this tea won't disappoint me. Su Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. Your Highness, I can only say, this tea will definitely be unforgettable. Ding. Main quest updated. SHIELD's special guests. Mission. Survive 24 hours at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, and successfully reach a cooperation agreement with director Nick Fury. Reward. Mythical Gene Evolution Points * 2. Skill, Energy Perception. Su Chen looked at the quest prompt in his mind, the corner of his mouth curling into a playful smile. Nick Fury. Old fox, this time you've kicked an iron plate. The Black Shield. SUV sped along the highway in Long Island, New York, the atmosphere inside the car so oppressive it felt like it could be wrung out like water. Su Chen sat in the passenger seat, clearly seeing the spectacle in the back row through the rearview mirror. Hila rested her chin on one hand, staring listlessly at the scenery flying past outside the window, but the faint, lingering chill made the temperature in the entire cabin terrifyingly low. Wanda sat close to Coulson, her hands on her knees, looking obedient and well-behaved, but Su Chen knew that if Coulson dared to make any unnecessary moves, that ball of chaos magic could overturn the car at any moment. Agent Coulson, Su Chen broke the silence, his tone as casual as if he were chatting about the weather. How does your director intend to entertain us? If it's the interrogation room style, I suggest you'd better prepare a few extra sets of bulletproof glass, because when Your Highness Hila is in a bad mood, her destructive power is a bit hard to control. Coulson's hand on the steering wheel paused slightly, and he glanced quickly at Hila through the rearview mirror, saying politely yet distantly, "Rest assured, Mr. Su Chen. Shield always treats distinguished guests well. The director specifically instructed us to receive you all with the highest protocol." Highest protocol. Hila sneered without turning her head, her voice as cold as ice shards. I hope your highest protocol isn't as cheap as this car. The corner of Coulson's mouth twitched slightly, but his professional training kept him silent. The car drove east, finally entering a seemingly ordinary industrial area. However, when the heavy camouflaged gate slowly opened and the SUV descended vertically into a deep base hundreds of meters underground, Wanda couldn't help but let out a low gasp of amazement. Is this an underground city? Wanda looked at the floating tracks and the massive energy shields outside the window, her eyes full of shock. This is just the tip of the iceberg for S.H.I.E.L.D. Su Chen turned his head and gave her a reassuring smile. Don't be nervous, Wanda. As long as we follow the rules, this place is actually much safer than outside. Hila gave a light snort, clearly disdainful of Su Chen's boasting. A mortal's nest, no matter how sturdy, is just a sandcastle, one wave and it's gone. The car stopped, and the cabin door opened automatically. Coulson got out first, adjusted his collar, and made a please gesture. Everyone, please follow me. The director has been waiting in the conference room for a long time. Walking through the long metal corridor, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents standing guard on both sides were expressionless, but Su Chen could feel their fingers gripping their guns tightening slightly. Clearly, the suffocating pressure emanating from Hila made these elite agents feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The conference room door was open, and a one-eyed black man stood with his back to them in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the busy command center below. Hearing footsteps, Nick Fury turned around. His face, which was always calm, now carried a hint of scrutiny, his gaze sweeping over Hila and Wanda before finally settling on Su Chen. Mr. Su Chen, Fury's voice was deep and powerful, welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D. I am Nick Fury. Long time no see, Director. Su Chen extended his hand generously. Although this isn't the most pleasant meeting, I believe we will soon become very good partners. Fury shook his hand with great force, seemingly trying to test Su Chen's depth in this way. But to his disappointment, he found that Su Chen's palm was warm and dry, without any trembling. Partnership. Fury let go of his hand and turned his gaze to Hila. The premise is that you must first prove that you are not a threat to Earth. Threat. Hila acted as if she had heard a joke. She took a step, walked straight to the conference table, and slapped the tabletop made of high-strength alloy. Bang! With a loud bang, the heavy alloy table instantly caved in like tofu, and cracks spread out like a spider web. Gila looked down at Fury, a glimmer of contempt flashing in her emerald eyes. Mortal, do you think your scraps of metal are worthy of judging me? If it weren't for that idiot Su Chen stopping me, I would have razed your headquarters to the ground by now. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly tightened to the breaking point. The surrounding walls suddenly split open, several automatic turrets extended, and the dark gun barrels instantly locked onto Hela's head. Put the guns down. Fury appeared unusually calm. He waved his hand, and although the turrets didn't retract, the barrels lowered slightly, and they didn't fire. Interesting. Fury looked at Gila, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. Asgard's divine power is even stronger than recorded in the files. However, Ms. Gila, on Earth, power doesn't represent everything. What we need is order. Order. Gila sneered and was about to retort, but was grabbed by Su Chen. Your Highness, calm down, Su Chen said in a low voice, then turned to look at Fury. Director, we came here to discuss a partnership, not to fight. Your Highness Gila is just expressing her desire for freedom. Freedom. Fury raised an eyebrow. At S.H.I.E.L.D., you can only have freedom if you follow the rules. I can provide you with accommodation, identification, and even funds. But in exchange, you must accept S.H.I.E.L.D.'s supervision and provide necessary assistance when Earth faces a crisis. Supervision. Wanda frowned, clearly sensitive to the word. Do you want to monitor us? This is a two-way protection, Fury said righteously. Your power is too great. If it gets out of control, it will cause huge harm to civilians. We need to ensure that you won't become the next Loki. At the mention of Loki, Hela's eyes turned noticeably colder. Deal. Su Chen suddenly spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. Su Chen. Wanda looked at him in surprise. Are you really going to agree to him? This is the best choice. Su Chen winked at her, then looked at Fury. However, Director, we also have conditions. First, we need independent living space that S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot enter at will. Second, the freedom of movement for Your Highness Gila and Ms. Wanda cannot be excessively restricted. Third. Su Chen paused, a playful smile curling the corner of his lips. We need some startup capital as a assigning bonus. Fury stared at Su Chen for a long time, seemingly wanting to see through what this young man was planning. Finally, he nodded. Fine. Coulson, take them to handle the onboarding procedures, then take them to the apartment zone. As for the bonus, allocate $50,000 to them first. 50,000. Su Chen exclaimed exaggeratedly, Director, you're being a bit stingy. Your Highness Hela's usual cosmetics are made of Asgardian divine gold. 50,000 is probably not even enough for one bottle of her face cream. Although Gila didn't understand what face cream was, she snorted in cooperation, striking an arrogant pose. Fury rubbed his temples, clearly getting a headache from these two extortionists, then 100,000. That is the bottom line. Deal. Su Chen said with a smile. The director is indeed a straightforward person. Just like that, Su Chen, Gila, and Wanda officially became S.H.I.E.L.D. External Personnel, codenamed Abnormal Phenomenon Response Team. Half an hour later, in a lounge within the S.H.I.E.L.D. underground base. Coulson handed Su Chen a thick document. This is your contract, please sign it. Then I will take you to your residence. It's a penthouse apartment in Manhattan with a great view and top-tier security systems. Manhattan. Su Chen asked while signing, is it far from Stark Tower? About 3 kilometers as the crow flies, Coulson replied. Why? Do you know Tony Stark? Let's say, future partners. Su Chen finished signing, closed the folder, and said with a smile, by the way, Agent Coulson, I'd like to ask, does S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database have any information on the Scarlet Witch? Coulson's movements paused, his eyes becoming somewhat guarded. Why are you asking about this suddenly? Just curious, Su Chen pointed to Wanda. Wanda's ability is very special, and I want to see if there are any similar cases. After all, we need to learn to control our power, don't we? Coulson looked at Wanda, then at Su Chen, seemingly evaluating the truthfulness of his words. Finally, he nodded. There are indeed some sporadic records about the Scarlet Witch in the database, mainly involving some abnormal events in Eastern Europe. If you need to access them, you need the director's authorization. Understood. Su Chen smiled. Thank you. Just then, the system in Su Chen's mind suddenly issued a crisp notification sound. Ding. Main quest. SHIELD's special guests, completed. Rewards issued. Mythical Gene Evolution Points * 2. Skill, Energy Perception, unlocked. New quest triggered. The mystery of the Scarlet Witch's origin. Quest objective. Help Wanda find clues about her parents. Rewards. Chaos Magic Affinity increased. Skill, Probability Control, Elementary. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Energy Perception, and Probability Control, these two skills were a timely help for him right now. With Energy Perception, he could detect enemy sneak attacks in advance, and Probability Control, although it sounded a bit mystical, could definitely play a heaven-defying role at critical moments. Su Chen, what are you smiling at? Wanda walked over, looking at him with some concern. Did that Fury say something bad? No, I was just thinking, we finally have a home. Su Chen stood up, patted Wanda on the shoulder, and glanced at Gila, who was studying the automatic coffee machine nearby. Let's go, Agent Coulson. Take us to see our new home. Coulson nodded and led the three of them out of the lounge. In the corridor, several passing agents whispered. Is that the new, abnormal team? They look so young. Don't underestimate that woman in black. I heard she smashed an alloy table with one slap. And that red-haired girl, she looks so cute. Hearing these discussions, Gila gave a disdainful snort, and the black armor on her body suddenly became more menacing, scaring those few agents into quickly speeding up their pace. Su Chen watched this scene and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the days ahead were destined to be anything but peaceful. Meanwhile, on the monitoring screen in SHIELD's main control room, Nick Fury watched the backs of Su Chen and the others, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Director, are we really going to trust them? Agent Hill stood to the side, her brows slightly furrowed. That Gila, her energy readings are extremely high and extremely unstable. And that Su Chen, his background is too clean to the point of being abnormal. In this world, there is no absolute trust. Fury looked at Su Chen's smiling face on the screen, his eyes deep, only communities of interest. Su Chen is a smart man, he knows what is beneficial to him. And he paused and pulled up another encrypted file. On the cover of the file were a few large characters. Infinity Stones, Project. We need more power to deal with future threats, Fury said in a low voice, and they, perhaps, are the trump card we need. Night fell, and the neon lights of Manhattan flickered. The SHIELD car stopped in front of a luxury apartment building. Coulson handed Su Chen an electronic key. This is your residence. It has basic daily necessities. If you need anything, you can contact the logistics department. Su Chen took the key and led Gila and Wanda into the elevator. The moment the door to the penthouse apartment opened, Gila looked at the spacious living room and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Although she remained expressionless, the disdain in her eyes was noticeably reduced. Not bad. Gila walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city lights below. This height is barely acceptable to me. Wanda appeared somewhat reserved. She sat cautiously on the sofa, feeling its soft texture, a flash of nostalgia in her eyes. This place really feels like home. Su Chen looked at these two women, and a feeling of inexplicable satisfaction welled up in his heart. Although the road ahead was unknown and trouble was constant, at least for this moment, they were safe. System, Su Chen thought silently, open the attribute panel. Host, Su Chen. Current volume. Volume 1 SHIELDs, Special, Bodyguard. Mythical Gene Points. 4, unallocated. Unlocked skills. Touch of the Void, Elementary, Energy Perception, Elementary. Quest progress. The mystery of the Scarlet Witch's origin, 0%. No rush to allocate points yet, Su Chen thought to himself. Must first observe if there are any potential threats around, or, an opportunity that can allow me to rapidly increase my strength. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Who could it be at this time? He walked to the door and looked out through the peephole, only to see a woman in black leather standing outside, holding a black bag in her hand. It was Black Widow, Natasha. Looks like. Su Chen opened the door and said with a smile, "Our neighbor has come to visit." Natasha looked at Su Chen and shook the bag in her hand. "Let me introduce myself, I am Natasha Romanoff. I heard there were new neighbors, so I brought a little, housewarming gift." Her gaze crossed over Su Chen and looked into the room, meeting Hella's cold, emerald eyes. In the air, it seemed as if invisible sparks were colliding. Su Chen stood in the middle, looking at these two top-tier goddesses, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. The door to the romantic battlefield seemed to have already quietly opened. The air in the foyer seemed to freeze at that moment. Natasha Romanoff's penetrating blue-gray eyes narrowed slightly, like an elegant and dangerous black widow, surveying the stranger in front of her and the prey behind him. She held the black bag in her hand seemingly casually, but Su Chen's keen, energy perception, skill captured the momentary tensing of her forearm muscles, the precursor to drawing a weapon or launching an attack at any moment. "Natasha, the handmaiden," Su Chen said, a perfectly measured smile playing on his lips as he stepped aside to clear a path. His tone was as relaxed as if he were welcoming an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. "The weight of this greeting gift looks quite substantial. If you don't mind, care to come in and sit for a while?" Natasha's gaze passed over Su Chen's shoulder, piercing straight into the depths of the living room. Hela was lounging lazily on the armrest of the leather sofa, her posture as arrogant as if she were sitting on the throne of Asgard. That biting chill made even Natasha, who had undergone countless life or death trainings, feel a trace of instinctive vigilance. Wanda, on the other hand, appeared somewhat uneasy, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. "It seems I've come at a bad time." Natasha withdrew her gaze and refocused on Su Chen's face, her voice calm and professional. "I am merely acting on the director's orders to deliver some necessary, daily necessities. After all, guests of S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot go hungry." As she spoke, she placed the black bag in her hand onto the entryway counter. The bag fell open, revealing several specially treated communicators, tracking bracelets, and a few thick documents inside. They were standard S.H.I.E.L.D. onboarding training manuals and non-disclosure agreements. "These things are more practical than chocolate and red wine, aren't they?" Natasha raised an eyebrow, carrying a hint of imperceptible probing. Su Chen chuckled and reached out to pick up the tracking bracelet, his fingertips gently stroking the cold metal surface. "Very practical, especially this bracelet. Is the director afraid we'll get lost, or is he afraid we'll run away?" He looked up, his eyes clear, yet it made Natasha feel an inexplicable sense of pressure. "This is to ensure we can contact you in case of an emergency," Natasha explained without changing her expression, then scanned Su Chen with a sharp gaze. "Director Fury asked me to take the opportunity to observe your status. It seems now that you are adapting quite quickly." "We've always been adaptable." Su Chen shrugged, and just as he was about to say something more, a cold snort came from the living room. "Su Chen, is this what you Earthlings call hospitality?" Hella's voice carried undisguised contempt. She didn't even stand up, merely glancing at Natasha at the door from the corner of her eye. "Sending an ant to deliver this junk. If this is your sincerity, I don't mind teaching you what rules are right now." Natasha's expression darkened instantly. As a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., she was accustomed to various threats and provocations, but the arrogance and oppressive feeling emanating from the depths of Hella's soul made her instinctively feel an offended anger. "Lady," Natasha's voice became icy and bone-chilling. "If you want someone to teach you the rules, I can oblige. Although I'm not sure if your bones are as hard as your mouth. Oh. A hint of playful killing intent flashed in Hela's eyes. Her fingertips moved slightly, and an invisible power of death began to condense in the air. The lights in the living room flickered on and off, as if they would burst at any moment. Enough. Su Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. He turned around and shook his head at Hela, his eyes carrying a hint of a warning. Immediately, he looked back at Natasha, his face restoring that harmless-looking smile. Your Highness, Hela is just joking, she is not yet very familiar with Earth's culture. After all, Asgard's sense of humor is rather unique. Natasha took a deep look at Su Chen, then glanced warily at Hela, and finally reined in her hostility. She realized that this seemingly gentle young man was the true core of this group, and the most difficult one to deal with. I hope so. Natasha pulled an encrypted satellite phone from her pocket and placed it on the table. This is the emergency contact method. If you change your minds and are willing to cooperate with SHIELD's work, or discover anything interesting, you can call this number. She gave Su Chen a meaningful look and turned to leave. Natasha, the handmaiden, Su Chen suddenly called out to stop her. Give my regards to Dr. Banner. If there's a chance, I would love to chat with him about the topic of gamma rays. Natasha's footsteps halted abruptly, and her body, with her back to Su Chen, stiffened for a moment. She did not turn around, nor did she answer. She simply pulled at the collar of her leather jacket and strode out of the apartment. As the door clicked shut, the smile on Su Chen's face gradually faded. He turned around and looked at Hela and Wanda sitting on the sofa. She is weak, Hela evaluated with disdain. The power of a mortal is vulnerable before true divine authority. But she is smart, and dangerous. Su Chen walked to the window, watching the black SUV below slowly drive away. She was testing us just now, and also evaluating our threat rank. It seems that Fury does not intend to keep us in a cage, but rather wants to turn us into weapons. Wanda walked over and asked worriedly, Su Chen, are we really going to stay here? Shield, will they treat us like Hydra did? Don't worry, Wanda. Su Chen ruffled her hair, his tone gentle. As long as we are strong enough, or useful enough to them, they won't easily move against us. And he paused, and the system's task panel appeared in his mind again. And this place might help us find clues about your parents. Don't forget our mission. Wanda nodded, a trace of determination flashing in her eyes. All right, Su Chen clapped his hands, breaking the dull atmosphere. Since we've already moved in, let's get familiar with the environment first. Hela, go pick a room, and by the way, don't punch through the walls. Wanda, go see what there is to eat in the kitchen. After arranging the two, Su Chen walked alone to the balcony, took out the tracking bracelet, and a glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes. SHIELD's database. Scarlet Witch's background, and Dr. Banner. He whispered to himself, it seems the show is just beginning. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a text message from an unknown number. I know what you are looking for. If you want to know more secrets about Hydra and Scarlet Witch, meet at the rooftop bar opposite Stark Tower at 12 o'clock tonight. A friend who wants to make a deal with you. Su Chen looked at the screen, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Interesting. He looked up at the brightly lit Stark Tower in the distance, the night breeze blowing past and stirring the hem of his clothes. Looks like tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. Command Center. Natasha stood before Fury's desk, reporting what she had just seen and heard. That man named Su Chen is not simple, Natasha said in a low voice. He can control Hela, and his understanding of Dr. Banner and gamma rays seems to exceed the scope of an ordinary person. Fury stood before the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the pitch-black night sky outside, his fingers tapping lightly on the desktop. He is using us, and also testing us, Fury's voice was low. But he mentioned Banner, and he mentioned gamma rays, This means he knows some things that we do not. What should we do? Continue surveillance? No. Fury turned around, a shrewd light flashing in his single eye. Give him some space. Just like flying a kite, the string must be held tight, but it cannot be snapped. If he can really help us solve some special problems, I don't mind making a deal with him. He walked to the desk and pressed a red button. Notify Tony Stark, and tell him to pay attention to strangers around him recently. By the way, check Su Chen's background. I want to know who he really is. Yes. Natasha accepted the order and left. Fury looked at the surveillance footage of Su Chen's apartment on the screen and muttered to himself, clues to the Infinity Stones. I hope you do not disappoint me. The night grew deeper. Under the neon lights of New York, countless eyes were watching in the dark. Su Chen's arrival was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. And at the center of the storm, it was quietly brewing. The night was as dark as ink. The rooftop bar opposite Stark Tower was shrouded in ambiguous blue lighting. The city's hustle and bustle were shut out below, leaving only the lazy, swirling sound of a jazz saxophone in the air. Su Chen pushed open the heavy glass door of the bar, his gaze sweeping across the room like a hawk, finally settling on a booth in the corner. A man sat there, his back to the door, with a glass of almost untouched whiskey in front of him. Sorry, the traffic was a bit heavy. Su Chen walked over and sat down opposite the booth, wearing his signature calm smile, showing no signs of nervousness despite the mysterious invitation. The man slowly turned around. By the dim light, Su Chen could clearly see his face. It was a slightly pale face with a touch of effeminate temperament, his eyes hiding cunning and unease deep within. Mr. Su Chen, I've heard so much about you. The man pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, his voice very low. Let me introduce myself, you can call me, Mordo. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Mordo. The name sounded familiar, but it clearly wasn't any superhero or villain. Mr. Mordo, your text message was very tempting. Go ahead, what do you know about Hydra and the Scarlet Witch? Mordo picked up his glass, gently swirling the ice cubes inside, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. The Hydra laboratory in Sokovia was not completely destroyed. They took away a batch of core data, which included the true cause of Wanda's parents' death, and a relic they left behind. Su Chen's eyes instantly sharpened, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Continue. That relic is a ring. It is said to be the only memento Wanda's mother left her, and inside it hides a coordinate. Mordo leaned in a little closer, lowering his voice. That coordinate points to a secret base in Eastern Europe, which not only hides the remnants of Hydra but also a weapon of mass destruction that not even S.H.I.E.L.D. knows about. Why are you telling me this? Su Chen did not easily trust this stranger. What do you want? Mordo gave a bitter smile, a flash of complex emotion in his eyes. I have a friend who was also taken by Hydra. I've been investigating for a long time, but the trail went cold in Sokovia. I want to find the truth, but I can't do it alone. And you, Mr. Su Chen, you have the ability, and you have the motive. Su Chen stared into Mordo's eyes for a few seconds, trying to find traces of a lie. But the other's eyes were honest to the point of being transparent. Fine, I'll believe you this once. Su Chen nodded. Where is that coordinate? Mordo pulled a folded slip of paper from his pocket and carefully pushed it in front of Su Chen. This is the coordinate. But I warn you, Hydra's guards there are very tight, and they seem to be cooperating with another force recently. Another force. Su Chen took the slip of paper and tucked it into his pocket. I haven't found out exactly who they are. I only know their symbol is a raven. Mordo stood up and straightened his collar. Mr. Su Chen, good luck. I hope we can both find the answers we want. After saying this, Mordo turned and left the bar, his figure disappearing into the night. Su Chen sat in his seat, his fingers gently rubbing the rim of the wine glass. Raven. What kind of organization is that? What trick is Hydra playing now? He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello. Coulson's slightly sleepy voice came from the other end of the line. Coulson, it's me, Su Chen. Su Chen's voice was calm and deep. I need you to help me check something. In Eastern Europe, near Sokovia, is there an organization with the codename Raven? There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by the sound of Coulson typing rapidly on a keyboard. Su Chen, where are you? What happened? Coulson's tone became serious. I'm at the bar opposite Stark Tower. I just met a man named Mordo, and he gave me a coordinate, saying there's a secret Hydra base there, as well as the relic of Wanda's parents. Su Chen said concisely, but I suspect there is something else there. Coulson took a deep breath. Su Chen, listen. There is no codename, Raven, in the SHIELD database. But according to the information I found, there is indeed an abandoned Hydra base near Sokovia. However, he paused, his tone becoming somewhat heavy. That base was destroyed 3 years ago. Official records show that it is now just a ruin. A ruin. Su Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance. It seems Hydra is playing the resurrection from the ashes game. Su Chen, don't act rashly. Coulson warned, if there are really remnants of Hydra there, it might be a trap. Do you need support? No need, Coulson. I can handle it myself. Su Chen stood up and looked at the night view in the distance outside the window. However, if you can help me check that Raven symbol, I would be very grateful. All right. Take care of yourself. Hanging up the phone, Su Chen walked out of the bar. The night wind was a bit chilly, but the blood in his body was boiling. Raven. Hydra, he muttered to himself, it seems this trip to Eastern Europe is unavoidable. He took out his phone and sent a text message to Wanda. Wanda, get ready. We're going on a trip. After sending the text, Su Chen hailed a taxi and disappeared into the night of New York. Meanwhile, at the SHIELD command center, Coulson hung up the phone, his brows furrowed tightly. He pulled up the encrypted database of SHIELD and entered the keyword, Raven, but found nothing. Strange. Coulson muttered to himself, Su Chen wouldn't mention this for no reason. Could it be a newly emerged organization? Just then, his computer suddenly emitted an alert. An encrypted email popped up automatically, with the sender shown as unknown. Coulson hesitated for a moment, then clicked on the email. The content of the email was just an image. On the image was a black symbol, a raven with wings spread, ready to fly, holding a blood-dripping dagger in its claws. And below the image, there was a line of small text. Agent Coulson, long time no see. If you want to save your friend, come to Eastern Europe. We are waiting for you in Sokovia. Coulson's face instantly turned pale. This email was sent to him. How did Hydra know he was investigating this matter? Could it be, there is a mole inside SHIELD? He stood up abruptly, rushed out of the office, and headed straight for Fury's office. Director. Coulson rushed into the office, panting, something happened. Fury was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the pitch-black night sky outside. He turned around, a shrewd light flashing in his single eye. Coulson, calm down. What happened? Coulson handed the phone to Fury. I just received an anonymous email. The sender knows we are investigating Sokovia and even invited me to go. Fury took the phone, looked at the Raven symbol on the screen, and frowned slightly. Raven. I seem to have heard this name somewhere. He walked to the computer, quickly entered commands, and pulled up a long-buried confidential file. On the cover of the file, written in large characters, Project Raven. My God. Fury looked at the contents of the file, his expression becoming heavy. If I remember correctly, this project was a branch of Hydra during World War II. They tried to use some kind of mysterious power to create super soldiers. But later, this project was terminated because all the test subjects died. Terminated? Coulson asked in surprise. Then this Raven organization. It seems they have risen from the ashes, Fury said in a deep voice, and they are more dangerous than before. He turned to look at Coulson, his tone becoming serious. Coulson, notify Hill, prepare the Quinjet. We are going to Eastern Europe. Yes, Director. Coulson took the order and left. Fury looked at the raven symbol on the screen, his fingers tapping gently on the table. Su Chen. I hope you don't get dragged into this whirlpool. This is not a trouble you can handle. A storm is brewing in Eastern Europe. And Su Chen, S.H.I.E.L.D., and that mysterious Raven organization are about to unfold a thrilling contest at the center of this vortex. The wind in Eastern Europe carried a biting chill as it blew across the desolate ruins of Sokovia. Under the cover of night, Su Chen, Gila, and Wanda quietly approached the abandoned base hidden within the mountains. According to the coordinates provided by Mordo, this place not only concealed the remnants of Hydra but also buried a shocking secret regarding Wanda's parents. The aura here is terrible. As soon as they approached the entrance, Gila frowned. Her intuition as the goddess of death made her feel a hint of disgust. It is filled with the scent of decay and madness. Su Chen did not speak. His energy perception skill was frantically warning him. The interior of the base was not dead silent. Instead, streams of chaotic and powerful energy were lurking within. He signaled, and the three of them moved into a tactical formation, silently infiltrating this underground labyrinth. The corridor was damp and dark, with long dried, dark red bloodstains hanging on the walls. The deeper they went, the stronger that sense of oppression became. Wanda's body began to tremble slightly. Her eyes glowed with a faint red light, and chaos magic danced uneasily at her fingertips. I can hear them. Wanda's voice was choked with tears. They are screaming, Su Chen, it's so painful. It's psychic residue. Su Chen held her hand, channeling a gentle energy to soothe her. Hydra conducted inhumane experiments here, and these painful memories still linger in the air. Turning a corner, the view suddenly opened up. It was a massive underground hall. In the center stood a giant particle collider that had long since ceased operation, and on its base sat a transparent cryo chamber. Wanda abruptly pulled her hand away from Su Chen and stumbled toward the cryo chamber. Su Chen and Gila followed closely behind. The moment they saw the scene inside the chamber, even Su Chen gasped. There were no corpses inside the chamber. Instead, countless tiny crystals were soaked in a pale yellow liquid. Those crystals seemed to possess life as they slowly writhed, emitting heart-palpitating magic fluctuations. This is. Gila narrowed her eyes, the stripped-away magic origin. They extracted the magic from the test subjects. Wanda covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Mom and Dad. Just then, the lights around the hall suddenly flared on. The blinding white light made the three of them instinctively squint. Welcome to hell, guests. An eerie voice echoed through the hall via the broadcast system. Immediately after, several figures in lab coats appeared behind the observation windows. They wore gas masks, their eyes filled with madness. Hydra remnants. Su Chen sneered, the battle chi within his body beginning to surge. It seems you've been hiding quite well. No, we are not Hydra. The lead scientist pressed against the cryo chamber's console, his eyes flashing with pathological fanaticism. We are the purifiers. We are going to strip and purify this chaotic power, to free the world from the curse of magic. Lunatics. Gila spat out the word with disdain, her fingers twitching slightly as a chill of death instantly shot toward the observation window. However, the expected sound of shattering glass did not ring out. A pale blue ripple spread across the surface of the seemingly ordinary glass, actually absorbing Hela's attack completely. That is anti-magic alloy. Su Chen's gaze tightened as he instantly recognized the material. Be careful, their technology is not simple. Initiate the final purification program. The scientist roared, and the entire hall began to shake violently. Red light suddenly illuminated the pipes at the bottom of the cryo chamber, and those writhing crystals seemed to have been injected with stimulants, smashing frantically against the chamber walls. Immediately after, a terrifying suction force erupted from the center of the chamber, and the chaos magic within Wanda actually began to leak out uncontrollably. They are using these crystals to resonate, forcibly extracting Wanda's power. Su Chen was horrified. He hadn't expected the opponent's trap to be so vicious. Su Chen. I feel so terrible. Wanda knelt on the ground in pain, clutching her head with both hands. Hold on. Su Chen roared, his figure rushing toward the console like lightning. He had to destroy that cryo chamber before Wanda's power was drained dry. Stop him. Dozens of heavily armed guards rushed out from hidden doors, their ion guns spewing blue electric arcs. You're courting death. Gila snorted coldly, her black skirt fluttering without any wind. She didn't even need to lift a finger. The mere release of her deathly pressure caused the guards in the front to instantly turn into withered bones. Su Chen wove through the hail of gunfire, his speed reaching the extreme. Every flicker was accompanied by the fall of a guard. He finally reached the console and smashed his fist into the complex instrument. No! You barbarian! The scientist screamed, trying to stop him. Boom! With a loud bang, the console exploded, and sparks flew everywhere. The red light of the cryo chamber instantly extinguished, and the terrifying suction force vanished along with it. Wanda collapsed limply to the ground, gasping for air, her face pale as paper. And that cryo chamber, as the glass cover slowly opened, revealed the truth inside. It wasn't any kind of magic crystal at all, but a giant, still faintly beating heart. That is. Hella's pupils contracted. Su Chen looked at that heart, and the system panel in his mind flickered frantically. Warning. Detected remains of a high-dimensional being. Contains extremely dangerous chaos energy. Run. This place is going to explode. Su Chen didn't have time to think. He scooped up Wanda and shouted at Gila. The three of them had just rushed out of the hall when a deafening explosion came from behind. The entire base began to collapse amidst violent tremors. When they scrambled out of the base gate, the first rays of the morning sun were shining on the ruins. Coulson arrived at the scene with a shield. Agent team, and looking at the billowing thick smoke, Coulson's face turned livid. Su Chen, what exactly happened inside? Coulson asked. Su Chen looked at the weak Wanda in his arms, then turned back to glance at the base, which had turned into a sea of fire, his expression becoming incomparably grave. Coulson, this is just the beginning. Su Chen said in a deep voice, we've gotten ourselves into big trouble. The heart seemed to wink at him in the final second before the explosion. The Quinjet's engines emitted a low roar, and the atmosphere inside the cabin was suffocatingly oppressive. Su Chen leaned against the cold alloy wall, his fingertips tapping unconsciously against his knee, his gaze fixed through the observation window at the clouds rapidly passing below. Although he had temporarily escaped the dangers of Sokovia, the gloom in his heart had not dissipated in the slightest. Sitting opposite him, Wanda wrapped herself tightly in a blanket, her eyes staring blankly at the floor. Since leaving the base, she had remained silent, and only when Su Chen approached would her trembling fingers relax slightly. Gila appeared bored, scoffing at such a cramped metal space, but to avoid being besieged by those mortal ants, she patiently closed her eyes to rest, radiating a chill that kept others at bay. We will arrive at headquarters in 20 minutes. Agent Coulson broke the silence, holding a tablet with a furrowed brow. The director has already ordered all data from this operation to be sealed, but before that, we received some strange signals. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, his eyes sharpening. What kind of signals? At the exact moment the base exploded, our monitoring satellites captured an abnormal electromagnetic pulse. Agent Coulson pulled up a waveform graph and handed it to Su Chen. Look, this frequency is very unique. It's not noise generated by the explosion, but rather a type of code. Su Chen took the tablet, looking at the distorted waveform on the screen, and an ominous feeling inexplicably rose in his heart. The shape of the waveform was shockingly similar to the beating frequency of the heart he had seen in the base's cryo chamber. Who sent this out? Su Chen asked in a deep voice. Agent Coulson shook his head. I don't know. But the signal was sent directionally. The destination wasn't S, but rather, inside SHIELD. Inside. Su Chen stood up abruptly, and the air in the cabin instantly froze. Agent Coulson sighed, looking at Su Chen with a complex expression. Su Chen, there are some things I shouldn't have said. But this operation was too bizarre. The security system at that base had authority ranks that were ridiculously high in some areas, even exceeding the scope of ordinary Hydra agents. I suspect there is a mole inside S.H.I.E.L.D. A mole. Gila suddenly opened her eyes, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her lips. Agent Coulson, isn't that quite the accusation? Or is it that you so-called guardians of order have already rotted to the core? Agent Coulson did not retort, his face only turning paler. Su Chen didn't speak, his mind racing. The system's notification chime suddenly rang out. Host emotional fluctuation detected, triggering side quest, clean house. Mission objective. Assist Agent Coulson in rooting out the traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D. Mission reward. Skill point +1, reputation +500. It looks like I'll have my hands full after we get back. Su Chen muttered to himself. The Quinjet slowly landed on the deck of the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. The moment the cabin door opened, blinding searchlights shone directly in, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. Agent Coulson, please take your team directly to conference room 3. The director is waiting for you there. A female agent in a black tactical suit stood at the bottom of the ramp, her tone cold and hard, followed by a squad of fully armed guards. Agent Coulson paused for a moment, then nodded. Understood, Agent Hill. Su Chen keenly noticed that Agent Coulson's body stiffened visibly when he heard the name, Hill. He walked in the middle of the group, composed, secretly observing everything around him. Both sides of the corridor leading to conference room 3 were filled with solemn-looking agents. Their gazes swept over Su Chen, Gila, and Wanda, carrying undisguised vigilance and hostility, as if they were not heroes, but criminals. The atmosphere isn't right. Gila leaned into Su Chen's ear, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. These mortals have heavy killing intent. It doesn't seem like they are welcoming us. Stay alert. Su Chen responded in a low voice, we'll play it by ear. The door to conference room 3 was tightly shut. Agent Hill entered the password and pushed open the heavy metal door. Inside the conference room, Director Nick Fury stood with his back to the door, standing before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the sea of clouds. Hearing the door open, he slowly turned around, a fathomless light gleaming in his one eye. Agent Coulson, you've returned. Director Fury's voice betrayed no emotion. Director, we. Agent Coulson started to report, but was cut off by Director Fury raising his hand. There is no need to recount the process. Director Fury's gaze moved past Agent Coulson and landed directly on Su Chen. Su Chen, I want to hear your explanation. Explain why the base in Sokovia exploded, and why all our secret monitoring equipment there lost contact. Su Chen sneered inwardly. As expected, what Director Fury cared about most wasn't the threat of Hydra, but the eyes he had planted there. Director, the base was hiding forbidden experiments by Hydra. They were attempting to extract Wanda's magic origin. Agent Coulson hurriedly stepped forward to explain, we had to destroy the core device in order to save lives. Save lives. Director Fury sneered, Agent Coulson, you are too naive. The things hidden in that base were far more important than you could imagine. Now look, everything is ruined. Director, it was just a mad laboratory. Agent Coulson said with some agitation, if we hadn't destroyed it, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Enough. Director Fury slammed the table. Agent Coulson, you are suspected of violating S.H.I.E.L.D. confidentiality regulations and are now temporarily suspended for reflection. As for you all. He looked at Su Chen and the others, his eyes turning cold. Given that your actions have caused significant losses to S.H.I.E.L.D., I have decided to temporarily revoke your operational authority and place you under isolated review. Isolated review. Gila laughed in fury, a terrifying aura of death instantly erupting in the conference room. Mortal, are you courting death? Gila. Su Chen shouted in a low voice, stopping her, "Don't be impulsive." He stepped forward, looking directly into Director Fury's eyes, a playful smile curling on his lips. "Director, is this how S.H.I.E.L.D. treats its guests? We just helped you solve a big problem, and you're turning around to kill the donkey after the grinding is done. This isn't killing the donkey after the grinding is done, this is procedure." Director Fury said coldly, "Agent Hill, take them to the detention room." Agent Hill stepped forward, the taser in her hand already charged. "Su Chen, don't force us to take action," Agent Hill said in a deep voice. Su Chen looked at Director Fury and suddenly laughed. "Director, do you really think you can lock us up? Or is it that you are just acting, trying to use this to draw out the real mole?" Director Fury's pupils constricted slightly. Although it was only for an instant, it was still captured by Su Chen. "Take them." At Agent Hill's command, the surrounding agents instantly swarmed forward. "Wanda, protect yourself," Su Chen shouted, his figure flashing as he charged directly into the crowd. Touch of the void. Countless black tentacles extended from the void realm, instantly entangling several agents and violently flinging them away. Hela was even more direct. With a casual wave of her hand, a blast of deathly cold air froze the incoming taser darts in midair. "Agent Coulson, what are you still standing there for?" Director Fury suddenly roared. Agent Coulson, who had been standing in the corner at a loss, was jolted awake. Seeing the chaotic scene, he gritted his teeth and suddenly rushed toward a communication terminal in the corner of the conference room. What is he doing? Agent Hill sensed something was wrong and tried to stop Agent Coulson. "Your opponent is me." Su Chen instantly flashed in front of Agent Hill and threw a punch. Although Agent Hill's combat skills were superb, she had no choice but to evade in the face of Su Chen's monstrous strength. Just then, Agent Coulson had already opened the communication terminal, and the screen displayed an encrypted transmission record that had just been intercepted. "Director." Agent Coulson's voice trembled slightly, "Look at this." Director Fury turned his head abruptly, his face instantly turning ashen. The screen clearly displayed the abnormal electromagnetic pulse signal from earlier, as well as its target address, S.H.I.E.L.D. Helicourier, Conference Room 3, Terminal No. 001. And that terminal was right under Director Fury's desk. "This is impossible." Agent Hill stopped her actions, looking at the screen in disbelief. "There is nothing impossible about it." Su Chen withdrew his fist and said coldly, "From the very beginning, this was a setup. Someone used the base in Sokovia to lure us into the trap, with the goal of driving this nail into the core of S.H.I.E.L.D. He looked at Director Fury, his eyes as sharp as knives. "Director, there is a mole by your side." Su Chen's fingers left the screen, and the Viper's Eye, a Hydra program that had been lurking for 15 years, was completely paralyzed. The tense atmosphere inside the cabin, which had been on the verge of breaking out, became eerie as the signal vanished. Agent Hill still held her shotgun, but her gaze had shifted from murderous intent to confusion, her wary eyes darting back and forth between Su Chen and Fury. Stripping program, overriding permissions. Fury stared at Su Chen's profile, a sharp gleam flashing in his single eye. "You are not a mutant, Su Chen. A mutant's ability is genetic mutation, not absolute control over electronic devices. What exactly are you?" Su Chen withdrew his hand, brushed off non-existent dust from his palms, and looked nonchalant. "Director, is now really the time to discuss my identity? The nail may have been pulled, but the person who drove it in is still watching from the shadows." He pointed to the sea of clouds outside the window. "Although the signal is cut, the other party must have noticed the anomaly. Right now, we are like targets in the dark, potentially attracting a more lethal attack at any moment." Hela yawned on the side, clearly uninterested in human scheming. "Boring. If you don't want to die, hurry up and find me some fun, otherwise." Before she could finish, an invisible pressure of death permeated the air, making the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Enough, Gila. Su Chen sighed helplessly and turned to look at Fury. Director, we have two choices now. First, you continue to keep us locked up as prisoners and wait for your enemies to launch the next round of attacks. By then, not only will this helicarrier be compromised, but the entire SHIELD database will be wiped clean. Second, we cooperate. Cooperate. Fury sneered. On what grounds? On the grounds that I know the activation key for Viper's Eye, and that I can help you find the traitor hiding behind the scenes. Su Chen looked Fury straight in the eye. Besides, I think you are also very curious to know who had the ability to lurk right under your nose for so long. Fury fell silent. As a controller, being kept in the dark was the most intolerable thing. He slowly sat back in his chair and waved his hand. Hill, put away your weapons. Coulson, take them to my office. Without my orders, no one is allowed near. Following the order, although the agents were full of reluctance, they quickly put away their weapons and exited the conference room. You are very smart, Su Chen. Fury's voice was low. But don't think you can control the situation just like this. On my turf, everything must follow my rules. Of course, Director. Su Chen smiled. After all, I'm here to be a bodyguard, not to rebel. The group arrived at Fury's private office. As soon as they entered, Wanda tightly gripped the corner of Su Chen's clothes, her face somewhat pale. What's wrong, Wanda? Su Chen asked, looking down. Wanda didn't speak, just pointed her finger at a potted plant in the corner. Su Chen followed her gaze. The leaves of the plant were withering and turning black at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's the aura of my lord Gila. Su Chen's heart stirred, and he turned to look at Gila. Gila was leaning against the window, watching the sea of clouds outside, seemingly indifferent to all of this. But Su Chen noticed that her fingertips were emitting a faint black mist. System prompt. Host's emotional fluctuations detected, triggering side quest. Soothe emotions. Quest objective. Alleviate the irritable mood of my lord Gila. Quest reward. Skill point +1, Gila favorability +5. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. It seemed that while this goddess of death was powerful, her patience was indeed a major problem. Director, regarding that traitor. Su Chen brought the topic back on track. Fury walked to his desk and pulled up an encrypted file. According to the data intercepted by Coulson, the encryption method of that signal is very old. It's a variant of the Red Skull cipher used by Hydra during World War II. But there are only a handful of people who could access secrets of this level and lurk within SHIELD for so long. He paused, his gaze becoming sharp. I suspect it's someone left over from the Insight Project. The Insight Project. Su Chen's heart stirred. In the original work, the Insight Project was established by SHIELD for crime prevention, but it ended up being infiltrated by Hydra, almost cleaning out all potential heroes. That's right. Fury said in a deep voice. After the project was exposed back then, we purged a group of people, but clearly, there is more than one fish that slipped through the net. Just then, the lights in the office suddenly flickered. Warning. External hacker attack detected. Firewall is being brute forced. The computer system emitted a harsh alarm sound. Fury's face sank instantly. They're here. Just in time. A bloodthirsty smile curled onto Hela's lips. I was worried I wouldn't find any fun. Su Chen looked at the code scrolling wildly on the screen and thought to himself, it seems this interview has only just begun. Warning. Main server firewall breached. Secondary defense system startup failed. The harsh alarm sounded throughout the helicarrier, and the bright office lights suddenly turned an eerie dark red. Fury's face was livid. He stared intensely at the crazily jumping garbled code on the screen, his fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard, but he could only watch helplessly as the opponent's progress bar approached the core database. Their attack frequency, it doesn't follow any logic. Fury growled, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. As the director of SHIELD, he had seen countless top-tier hackers, but this opponent before him was like someone smashing open a safe with brute force, crude and efficient. Director, they are attempting to download the entire list for the Insight project. Coulson's voice came through the communicator, carrying a hint of panic. If we can't cut the connection within 3 minutes, all of SHIELD's classified information will be leaked. Cut the physical connection. Start the backup power. Fury ordered decisively. It's useless. Su Chen's voice suddenly sounded. He was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, looking calm and composed. They've already planted a logic bomb. The moment you cut the power, the bomb will detonate, and all data will be formatted instantly. Then what do you suggest? Agent Hill rushed in, her stun gun already aimed at Su Chen. If you have a solution, hurry up. Su Chen ignored Hill's muzzle and looked at Wanda in the corner. Wanda, can you feel it? Su Chen asked softly. Wanda was gripping Su Chen's sleeve tightly, her gaze fixed on the computer screen being attacked. To an ordinary person, the garbled code on the screen was just a pile of meaningless symbols, but in her eyes, they looked like twisted red lines entangled together, radiating sickening malice. It is screaming. Wanda's voice trembled slightly. That thing, it is breaking the rules. Then make it shut up. Su Chen's voice became cold and hard. In your own way. Wanda was stunned for a moment, then nodded. She let go of Su Chen's sleeve, slowly walked forward, extended her right hand, and aimed her palm at the computer. What are you doing? Hill wanted to stop her, but was stopped by Fury. Let her try. A flash of determination appeared in Fury's eyes. Wanda closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The next second, she opened them abruptly, a scarlet light flashing in her eyes. Chaos magic, reconstruct. With her low shout, an invisible wave instantly enveloped the computer. The garbled code on the screen suddenly stalled. Immediately after, those crazily jumping characters began to reorganize in an eerie order. The originally chaotic attack code instantly turned into lines of orderly, "Hello, world." Coulson was dumbfounded. She rewrote the attack code. Not just rewritten. Su Chen explained. She used chaos magic to forcibly twist the logic of the code, turning that hacker's attack into a self-introduction. Just then, the computer screen flickered, and a dialog box popped up. Who are you? Your code is very interesting. Su Chen walked forward, typed a few times on the keyboard, and replied, who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you cannot afford the price of invading S.H.I.E.L.D. The other side was silent for 2 seconds, then replied, S.H.I.E.L.D. That bunch of self-righteous guys. I just wanted to find a place to play. Since there is an expert here, I won't keep you company. After saying that, the opponent's connection was instantly interrupted, and all traces of the attack disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. The office was dead silent. Fury looked at Wanda, his expression becoming complex. He had originally thought this red-haired girl was just a victim, in need of protection, but he didn't expect her to possess such terrifying power, the ability to use magic to rewrite reality, and even rewrite code. Director, Su Chen's voice broke the silence. It seems your Insight project list isn't that safe. If even a hacker just looking to play can easily break through your firewall, what if a real enemy comes? Fury didn't speak. He looked at Su Chen, then at Wanda, and finally his gaze landed on the goddess of death. The goddess of death was boredly playing with her nails, seemingly unconcerned with everything that had just happened. Coulson, Fury finally spoke. Destroy the Insight project list. What? Coulson and Hill exclaimed at the same time. Destroy it. Fury repeated, his tone firm. Since we can't protect it, let it disappear. Rather than letting it become an enemy's weapon, it's better to let it become history. Director. Coulson still wanted to say something, but seeing Fury's firm gaze, he finally nodded. Yes. As for you all. Fury looked at Su Chen. It seems I need to re-evaluate your value. Su Chen smiled. Then, shouldn't our special treatment be upgraded? Fury looked at him and suddenly said, Su Chen, have you ever thought about joining SHIELD? Su Chen was stunned, then laughed. Director, I am just a bodyguard, and besides, my employer. He pointed at the goddess of death, she wouldn't agree. The goddess of death finally raised her head, glanced at Fury, and a mocking smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Mortal, you want to hire me? Fury took a deep breath and said, I am not hiring you, I want to cooperate with you. Cooperate. The goddess of death acted as if she had heard some funny joke. What is there for me to cooperate with you on? I know what you want to do. Fury's voice became low. You want to rule Earth, or destroy it. But before that, you need a stable environment. And SHIELD can provide you with this environment. We can provide resources, intelligence, and even provide fun. The goddess of death's eyes narrowed slightly. Continue. In exchange, you need to follow one rule. Fury held up a finger. Do not cause large-scale destruction within SHIELD's jurisdiction. The goddess of death was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Mortal, you are very interesting. You actually want to negotiate terms with me. She stood up, walked to Fury, and looked down at him. Fine, I agree. But you also have to remember, if your fun disappoints me, I will destroy you all without hesitation. Fury nodded. Deal. Su Chen watched this scene and thought to himself, it seems the honeymoon period between SHIELD and the goddess of death has started so inexplicably. Just then, the system prompt in Su Chen's mind sounded again. Main quest. Bodyguard to the goddess of death 2 completed. Quest reward. Skill point +2, reputation +200. New quest released. A day in New York. Quest objective. Take my lord the goddess of death to experience mortal life in New York City. Quest reward. Random legendary item X1, affinity with goddess of death +10. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Take the goddess of death to New York to experience life. This isn't a quest, it's clearly asking him to be a fire extinguisher. What's wrong? Su Chen. Wanda walked to his side and asked in a low voice. Nothing. Su Chen rubbed her head and smiled bitterly. It's just, next, we are going to New York. New York. Wanda's eyes lit up. I heard there is a lot of delicious food there. The goddess of death also walked over at this time. Hearing the word, New York, a flash of interest appeared in her eyes. New York. Is that the most prosperous place in your world? Su Chen sighed helplessly. Yes, my lord. It is indeed very prosperous. Very good. A playful smile curled at the corner of the goddess of death's mouth. Lead the way, my bodyguard. Let me see if this so-called prosperity can satisfy me. Su Chen looked at the goddess of death's expectant yet dangerous gaze, and prayed silently in his heart. I hope our friends in New York can withstand the test of this goddess of death. When the Quinjet landed on the temporary helipad in the center of New York City, Su Chen's mood was even heavier than when he went to meet Thanos. He tightly clutched the mission description for the one-day tour of New York on the system panel, feeling as if he were holding a hot potato. Is this what you call prosperity? Gila stood at the Quinjet exit, looking down at the bustling streets below, her brows slightly furrowed. Aside from having a few more glowing metal boxes, it's no different from the markets of Asgard. My lord, this is the fashion capital of Earth. Su Chen explained, biting the bullet. You will find many interesting things later. I hope so. Gila stepped off the ramp, her black dress rustling in the wind, radiating an aura of chilling indifference that kept people at a distance. Wanda, on the other hand, seemed very excited. She tugged at the corner of Su Chen's clothes, her eyes darting around. Su Chen, they're selling ice cream over there. And that, it looks like cotton candy. Alright, I'll buy them all for you later. Su Chen promised with a smile, while inwardly calculating how to complete the mission. Main mission. One-day tour of New York. Progress. 0%. Mission objective. Take my lord Gila to experience the life of a mortal, at least 3 items. Failure penalty. Deduction of all skill points and provoking my Lord Hela. 3 items. Su Chen looked at Hela's expression, which seemed ready to destroy the world at any moment, his heart pounding. The three of them walked on the streets of New York, attracting 100% of the attention. Hela's beauty and aura were too stunning. Passing pedestrians couldn't help but stop and watch, yet they dared not approach. First item, shopping. Su Chen pointed to a top-tier luxury store ahead. My lord, the clothing of mortals is also a kind of battle armor that can enhance one's temperament. Hela glanced at the colorful clothes in the display window, a flash of disdain in her eyes. These rags can't even withstand defensive magic. But this is a kind offense of ritual. Su Chen said, thick-skinned, just like the gown you wore when you ascended the throne. Hela paused, seemingly finding the word, ascended the throne, quite pleasing. She nodded, fine, let's go take a look. Walking into the store, the staff were immediately stunned by Hela's aura, and for a long while, no one dared to come forward to greet them. Wrap all of these up. Hela pointed casually, sweeping over the most expensive gowns in the store. Very well, miss, the total is. Just as the clerk was about to state the price, Hela waved her hand, and several US dollar bills appeared out of thin air on the counter. Su Chen looked at that stack of brand new US dollar bills, his eyelids twitching. He was certain that the money was definitely conjured by Hela using magic. However, at this moment, he could only pretend not to see it. Alright, the sense of ritual is complete. Hela was clearly not interested in shopping. What's next? Next is delicacies. Su Chen pointed to a 3-star Michelin restaurant nearby. The food of mortals is also a form of enjoyment. Entering the restaurant, Hela showed great patience with the complicated cutlery and exquisite plating. Until the waiter brought out a dessert that looked like glowing jelly. What is this? Hela pointed at the dessert, her brows slightly furrowed. This is magic jelly. It's our restaurant's signature dish. The waiter explained with a smile. It contains special molecular gastronomy ingredients, making it look like it's glowing. Magic. Hela's eyes lit up. She reached out her finger and gently touched the piece of jelly. Suddenly, the jelly jumped up violently, turned into a glowing butterfly, and flew out the window. The restaurant fell into silence. Hela looked at her empty finger, a playful smile curling at the corner of her mouth. A bit interesting. Su Chen covered his face. He had just seen Hela secretly use a little bit of death magic, and didn't expect it to trigger the mechanism of the molecular gastronomy. It seems that the magic of mortals is nothing more than this. Hela said disdainfully. My lord, this was just an accident. Su Chen quickly tried to smooth things over. Let's eat something normal. Just then, a news report suddenly interrupted on the restaurant's TV screen. Breaking news. A bank in the city center has been attacked by a group of masked robbers. They are armed with heavy weapons. The police have arrived at the scene, but the situation remains tense. Hela's gaze was drawn to the TV screen. She looked at the robbers holding guns, a flash of excitement in her eyes. Combat. Is this what you call interesting things? No, my lord, that is just mortal crime. Su Chen quickly said, nothing worth watching. No, I am very interested. Hela stood up, take me to see. Su Chen's heart sank. The system mission didn't say anything about taking Hela to see a crime scene. If she decided on a whim to blow up the bank, the mission would fail immediately. My lord, it's too dangerous there, we should. Su Chen. Hela turned her head and looked at him, a hint of danger in her eyes. You are my bodyguard, not my nanny. Lead the way. Su Chen had no choice but to take Hela and Wanda toward the bank. Before they even reached the bank, they heard a burst of intense gunfire. Several masked robbers were shooting wildly at the sky with their guns, while the surrounding crowd screamed and fled in all directions. Ha ha. Don't move. Hand over the money. The leader of the robbers laughed wildly. Hela watched this scene, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her mouth. This is the combat of mortals. Too weak. She waved her hand casually, and an invisible chill of death magic instantly enveloped those few robbers. In the next second, the robbers, who had just been so arrogant and domineering, suddenly withered as if all their moisture had been drained, turning into dried corpses and collapsing to the ground. The surrounding police and pedestrians were stunned, looking at Gila as if looking at a monster. My lord. Su Chen rushed up. What are you? What? If I don't kill them, should I let them continue to pollute my eyes? Gila said disdainfully. Su Chen looked at the system panel. The progress bar for the one-day tour of New York mission suddenly jumped. Mission progress 66%. Hint. My lord Gila is satisfied with the maintenance of order. Su Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that Hela's fighting violence with violence method would actually count as completing the mission. Alright, let's end today's tour here. Gila seemed very satisfied with the performance just now. Although the world of mortals is very boring, occasionally stretching one's muscles is not bad. She turned around and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, you did well. Although your strength is weak, as a bodyguard, you are very competent. Su Chen just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly heard Wanda's voice from the side. Su Chen, look. Wanda pointed to a dessert shop at the entrance of the bank. At this moment, the owner of the dessert shop was holding a huge cotton candy, handing it to a little girl. Gila followed Wanda's gaze and looked at the colorful cotton candy, a flash of curiosity in her eyes. What is that? It looks very soft. Su Chen looked at the jumping progress bar on the system panel and thought to himself, it seems the last mission is delicacy experience. My lord, that is cotton candy. Su Chen said with a smile, a kind of very sweet magic food. Magic food. Hela's eyes lit up. Take me to try it. Su Chen looked at Hela's expectant expression and prayed silently in his heart. I hope this cotton candy won't make her feel it's too sweet, and cause her to blow up the entire dessert shop. He took Gila and Wanda toward the dessert shop, sighing to himself, this is no one-day tour, it is clearly an extreme challenge. As this cotton candy. Gila stood at the entrance of the dessert shop, looking at the fluffy, colorful, cloud-like things in the display case with a slight frown. As a deity accustomed to Asgardian roast meat and strong liquor, this kind of soft, energy-less food was hard to whet her appetite. Yes, my lord. Su Chen said, biting the bullet as he stood behind her, his gaze scanning the street vigilantly. Although the disturbance at the bank earlier had been resolved by Gila using death wither, that bizarre method of death would definitely attract the attention of the police and even S.H.I.E.L.D. He had to complete the mission as soon as possible and then take these two ladies away. It looks very fragile. Gila extended a finger and gently poked the pink cotton candy that Wanda was holding. The moment her fingertip touched it, the tuft of sugar filaments instantly turned into ash and drifted away. Wanda was stunned, looking at the bamboo stick left in her hand, and blinked. Sister Gila, did you kill it? I just wanted to see its structure. Gila looked innocent. It is too weak. It couldn't even withstand a single finger of mine. Ahem. Su Chen quickly stepped forward, pulled out a temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. credit card, actually a budget card given by Coulson, from his pocket, and said to the stunned clerk, 3 more original ones, to go. Su Chen, I want to eat that. Wanda suddenly pointed at an exquisite cake in the glass display case and shouted. Su Chen looked in the direction of her finger. It was a gorgeously styled, Black Forest cherry cake, that looked truly tempting. Alright, let's buy it. Su Chen nodded generously. Just then, the door of the dessert shop was pushed open violently, and a burst of hurried footsteps followed. Police. Everyone, get down on your knees with your hands on your heads. Don't move. Several fully armed New York police officers rushed in, pointing their guns at all the customers in the shop. The leading officer had a stern look in his eyes. Evidently, they had received a report about the bank robbery and were searching for suspicious persons nearby. Gila turned around, looking at the gun barrels pointed at her, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. Mortal, are those toy guns pointed at me? Ma'am, put your hands on your head. Now. The officer shouted, clearly not recognizing that the noble-looking woman before him was the murderous monster from the bank entrance just moments ago. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew Gila too well. This level of offense was enough for her to wipe out this dessert shop along with the surrounding blocks. Officer, calm down. Su Chen quickly stepped forward, blocking Gila, while secretly sending an emergency text to Coulson. We are just here to buy cake, we have no ill intent. Buying cake. The officer sneered, there was just an armed robbery outside, you few are acting suspiciously, come with us to the police station for an investigation. Investigation. A mocking smile curled on Hela's lips, mortal, are you inviting me to go to jail? The death energy on her body began to fluctuate faintly. The surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees instantly, and the ice cream machine on the counter even started to frost over. System warning. Emotional fluctuation in Gila detected. Destruction mode is about to be triggered. Host, please appease her immediately. Su Chen broke into a cold sweat, preparing to force the activation of a system skill to interrupt Hela's actions, when suddenly, a red flash of light streaked past. Ah! The officer pointing at Gila suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and his pistol flew out of his hand. He discovered in horror that his gun had been twisted into a pretzel shape like modeling clay and dropped to the ground. Wanda. Su Chen whispered sharply. Wanda stuck out her tongue and retracted her hand with a guilty conscience. He was pointing at Sister Gila, I really dislike it. You are mutants. The officer looked at Wanda in horror and instinctively took a step back. Mutant. Gila was stunned for a moment, then sneered disdainfully, mortal, your judgment is too poor. I am a god, the goddess of death, Gila. And you. She slowly raised her hand, and a black ball of death energy condensed in her palm. Enough. A loud shout suddenly came from outside the door. Immediately after, a red figure smashed into the dessert shop like a cannonball, blocking the space between the police and Gila. It was a man wearing a red bodysuit and a mask. He struck a standard combat pose and shouted at Gila. Hey, lady, although I don't know who you are, bullying the police is not a good habit. Especially in New York. Su Chen looked at this suddenly intruding man in red, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Deadpool. That's right, the person who arrived was none other than that chatterbox, scumbag, and immortal mercenary, Wade Wilson, Deadpool. Oh. Kid, you know me. Deadpool turned his head and looked at Su Chen through his mask, looks like you're an insider too. But you're on the wrong side, brother. Although that big sister looks very imposing, helping the police is the politically correct thing to do. Gila looked at Deadpool, a flash of surprise in her eyes. You can actually block my death ray. And, your soul, is very strange. She could feel that the soul of this man in red was incomplete, but it had been forcibly pieced together by a powerful force, radiating a strange vitality. Soul. Oh, darling, my soul has been professionally repaired. Deadpool struck a flashy pose. All right, lady, considering you look so pretty, I'll give you a 3 count to leave. 1. You're courting death. Gila lost her patience. With a casual wave, dozens of black blades from the void realm appeared out of thin air and headed straight for Deadpool. Whoa. What is this? A hologram. Although Deadpool was talking trash, his body was very honest as he rolled backward, simultaneously drawing the twin swords from his back. Clang, clang, clang. The blades from the void realm struck Deadpool's swords, making crisp clashing sounds. To Su Chen's surprise, Deadpool actually blocked Hela's attack. Although his twin swords were chipped, he himself remained unscathed. Hey, I just bought these swords. You have to pay me back. Deadpool shouted, suddenly pulling a grenade from his pocket and throwing it at Gila. Boom. The grenade exploded in front of Gila, filling the area with smoke. Su Chen, Sister Hila, she. Wanda tugged at Su Chen's sleeve with some concern. Don't worry. Su Chen shook his head, Hila isn't that easily injured. Sure enough, as the smoke cleared, Hila stood there completely unscathed, covered in a layer of black armor of death. She looked at Deadpool, and a hint of interest finally appeared in her eyes. Interesting. Mortal, there is the power of a god in your body. The power of a god. Haha, are you complimenting me? Deadpool just wanted to continue bantering, when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Hela's figure instantly appeared in front of him, one hand gripping his neck and lifting him up entirely. Let him go. The officer finally regained his senses, raised his gun, and fired several shots at Hela. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets hit Hela's armor and were deflected immediately. Mortal, your chatter is annoying me. Hela waved her hand casually, and a wave of death chill froze the officer in place, turning him into an ice sculpture. Oh my god. Deadpool looked at the ice sculpture. Although the expression under the mask couldn't be seen, his voice clearly trembled. Big sister, let's talk this out, I'm actually a pacifist. A pacifist. Hela sneered, then why did you attack me? That was just a professional habit. Deadpool struggled as he spoke. Look, I'm just someone who gets paid to do a job. Someone paid me to come here and patrol, so I came. I swear, I absolutely did not mean to offend you. Who sent you? Hela narrowed her eyes. It was Shield. Shield said there was an abnormal energy reaction here and asked me to come take a look. To save his life, Deadpool sold out Shield completely. Su Chen cursed inwardly. It must have been Coulson who, in order to prevent Hela from killing anyone, specifically hired this troublemaker, Deadpool to stall for time. After all, Deadpool's immortality and mouthy nature made him the best candidate for stalling. Shield. Hela turned to look at Su Chen. Su Chen, was this your idea? No, my lord, I didn't know either. Su Chen looked innocent. It might be that old fox Coulson acting on his own. Coulson. Hela released Deadpool, and Deadpool slid to the ground like a puddle of mud, gasping for air. Listen, man in red. Hela looked down at Deadpool from her superior position. Tell Coulson, if he dares to send anyone to disturb my leisure again, I will uproot his shield entirely. Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely pass that on. Deadpool nodded repeatedly, then scrambled up from the ground and tumbled out of the dessert shop. I have something to do, I'm leaving first. Bye bye. Watching Deadpool's fleeing figure, Su Chen shook his head helplessly. All right, my lord. Su Chen turned around and said to Hela, since the trouble is resolved, we should leave quickly. Shield agents will arrive soon. Hela nodded, seemingly satisfied with the recent, little interlude. She walked to the counter, looking at the Black Forest cake that Wanda had ordered. Is this the cake you were talking about? Hela picked up a fork, gently dug out a piece, and put it into her mouth. The next second, her expression froze. Su Chen watched her nervously. My lord, how is it? Hela chewed, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Sweet, but there is a very strange bitterness. This flavor is very wonderful. She suddenly sped up, finished the piece of cake in a few bites, and then looked at the empty plate with lingering desire. Su Chen, give me 10 more. Su Chen looked at the pulsing progress bar on the system panel and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Main mission. New York day trip completed. Mission reward. Random legendary item X1, Hela favorability +10. Alright, my lord. Su Chen said to the clerk with a smile. That Black Forest cake, give me 10 more to go. Just then, Su Chen's phone rang. It was a call from Coulson. Su Chen, how is the situation over there? Coulson's voice sounded very anxious. Deadpool said he saw Hela lose her temper, and he also said a policeman was frozen. Coulson, don't worry. Su Chen looked at Hela, who was eating cake seriously nearby, and thought to himself, as long as she is given enough sweets, she is the cutest goddess, everything is under control. However, you need to send someone to clean up the scene, and also that frozen policeman, remember to buy him a thick coat. All right. Coulson said helplessly, come back quickly. The director has a new mission for you. A new mission. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. What mission? Regarding the visitor from Asgard. Coulson's voice lowered. Loki has arrived. The hustle and bustle of New York was shut out beyond the hatch of the Quinjet. Su Chen watched Gila holding that box of 10 freshly packed Black Forest cakes, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Who could have imagined that the goddess of death, who destroyed Asgard, would actually be bribed by Earth's desserts? Su Chen. Gila sat in her seat, elegantly digging a piece of cake with her fork and putting it into her mouth, saying indistinctly, this, bittersweet, food is quite good. It's much better than those rotten fruits in Odin's palace. As long as my lord likes it. Su Chen responded with a smile, though in his heart, he was pondering the new mission Coulson had just mentioned. Loki had come. That god of mischief was not only a troublemaker but also one of the people Gila despised the most. Although in the original timeline, Loki should have already died in the Void Realm by now, since he could deceive everyone, he could naturally deceive Shield's intelligence network as well. A visitor from Asgard. Gila seemed to have sensed Su Chen's thoughts. She put down her fork, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Is it that liar? My lord is wise. Su Chen did not hide anything. Coulson said that Loki might have come bearing some kind of gift. A gift. Gila sneered, that liar's gifts are never anything good. However, she turned her head to look out the window, a playful smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Since he has come, he shouldn't think about leaving. It just so happens that my hands have been a bit itchy lately. Wanda sat beside them, carefully nibbling on her cotton candy. Hearing Hela's words, she looked at Su Chen with some worry. Su Chen, will he hurt Sister Gila? He won't, Wanda. Su Chen rubbed her head. With me here, no one can hurt Sister Gila. The Quinjet flew steadily toward the helicarrier. However, when they landed on the deck, they found the atmosphere even more tense than expected. Coulson stood under the boarding ramp, his expression grave. Seeing the three of them walk off the Quinjet, he stepped forward quickly to meet them. Su Chen, you're finally back. Coulson said, lowering his voice, something has happened. Did Loki make a move? Su Chen asked. No, it's something worse. Coulson shook his head. Loki isn't here to cause trouble, he's here to surrender. Surrender. Su Chen was taken aback, he wants to join S.H.I.E.L.D. More or less. Coulson led them toward the conference room. He said he possesses important intelligence regarding the Infinity Stones, and is willing to trade this intelligence for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s protection. Infinity Stones. Su Chen's heart stirred. These were core objects of the Marvel Universe and also important resources for his system tasks. That's right. Coulson said in a deep voice, the director is in there talking to him. But I always feel like something is wrong. Loki is a cunning guy, it's impossible for him to surrender so easily. Of course it's impossible. Gila spoke up suddenly, her voice icy and bone-chilling, that liar never tells the truth. Coulson glanced at Gila, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately closed his mouth. He knew about the grudge between Gila and Loki, so he didn't expect her to provide any useful advice. Walking into the conference room, Su Chen saw that familiar figure. Loki sat at one end of the conference table, wearing a green Asgardian robe, toying with a golden scepter in his hand. Seeing Su Chen and Gila enter, a playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Oh, isn't this my dear sister? Loki's voice carried a hint of mockery. It seems Odin has let you out. Hela's eyes instantly became filled with killing intent, and the aura of death on her body was almost overflowing. Loki, if you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut. Oh my, still so irritable. Loki shrugged and turned to Su Chen. Is this the mysterious system holder? Agent Coulson spoke of you as if you were miraculous. Su Chen ignored Loki's provocation and walked directly to sit opposite him. Loki, don't waste time. What is this so-called Infinity Stones intelligence of yours? Loki smiled, suddenly stood up, walked to the conference table, and slammed the scepter in his hand heavily onto the table. The intelligence on the stones is right inside this scepter. Loki said, but I need a guarantee. A guarantee that shield can protect me from being harmed by certain, uninvited guests. Uninvited guests. Director Fury's voice came from the doorway. He walked into the conference room, a gleam of vigilance flashing in his single eye. Loki, you'd better explain clearly. If you are playing us, I will make you regret coming to this earth. I never play people, director. Loki looked innocent. I am just seeking protection. After all, I just escaped from a very dangerous place. A dangerous place. A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Su Chen's heart. Just at this moment, the lights in the conference room flickered suddenly. Warning. High energy reaction detected. Source. Inside the conference room. Agent Hill's voice came from the communicator. Su Chen turned his head sharply to look at Loki, only to find Loki looking at him, a weird smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Watch out. Su Chen pushed Wanda aside, rolling backward at the same time. Boom. With a loud bang, the scepter Loki had just slammed onto the table exploded, and a powerful energy wave instantly swept through the entire conference room. Cough, cough. Coulson climbed up from the ruins, looking at the empty conference room, his face pale. Loki has run away. No, he didn't run. Su Chen walked out from the smoke and dust, his body covered in a layer of black armor of death, which was the defensive technique Hela had just taught him. He walked to the conference table, looking at the destroyed wreckage of the scepter on the ground, a flash of surprise in his eyes. He didn't come to surrender. Su Chen picked up a fragment from the scepter's wreckage, on which a line of strange text was carved. He came to deliver a letter. A letter. Fury walked over, looking at the fragment in Su Chen's hand. What letter? Su Chen looked at that line of text and read slowly. The twilight of Asgard is about to descend. There was dead silence in the conference room. Hela suddenly started laughing, her laughter carrying a hint of madness. The twilight of Asgard. Interesting. Is that old thing Odin finally going to meet his retribution? Su Chen, what exactly does this mean? Coulson asked anxiously. Su Chen looked at the fragment in his hand and thought to himself, it seems the main plot of the Marvel Universe is finally about to begin. This attack by Loki was not just to escape, but also to draw out a bigger conspiracy. Coulson. Su Chen turned to look at Coulson. Contact Agent Hill immediately and lock down the helicarrier. Also. He looked at Hela and found that Hela was looking at him, her eyes flashing with a look of anticipation. Also. Coulson asked. Prepare a Quinjet. Su Chen took a deep breath. We are going to Asgard. Asgard. Coulson and Fury exclaimed simultaneously. That's right. Su Chen nodded. Since Loki has delivered the letter, we must go. Reply. He looked at Hela, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I think my lord Hela would also very much like to go and see the place where she was once imprisoned. Hela laughed, laughing very happily. Su Chen, you are becoming more and more sensible. Let's go, my bodyguard. Take me to see what that so-called realm of the gods has turned into now. Su Chen looked at the task prompt that suddenly popped up on the system panel and thought to himself, it seems the climax of the first volume is finally about to arrive. Main mission. The return of the goddess of death. Mission objective. Assist my lord Hela in returning to Asgard and uncover Loki's conspiracy. Mission reward. Unknown. Let's go. Su Chen said to Coulson, time waits for no one. The group quickly walked toward the Quinjet hangar. However, they did not notice that in the shadows of the helicarrier, a pair of eyes was watching them silently. It was a man wearing a black trench coat, holding a scepter fragment identical to Loki's in his hand, a weird smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The twilight of Asgard, is it? The man muttered to himself, and then his figure gradually disappeared into the shadows, as if he had never appeared. The Quinjet's engines emitted a low roar, as if a restless beast was stirring on the helicarrier's deck. Su Chen sat in the co-pilot's seat, frowning as he looked at the string of garbled text on the navigation screen representing unknown coordinates. Are you sure these coordinates lead to Asgard? Su Chen turned his head to look at the pilot's seat, where Hela was leaning back lazily, her fingers tapping lightly on the armrest, the rhythm betraying an irrepressible excitement. The coordinates of the Bifrost Bridge are never fixed. Hela did not look at him. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the cabin walls, looking toward the distant galaxy. Only those with the Asgard royal bloodline can sense its entrance. Although that liar Loki is detestable, this token he left behind is quite useful. She shook the fragment she had picked up from the exploded scepter in her hand. In the dim light of the cabin, the fragment shimmered with a strange, flowing light. The Quinjet suddenly shook violently, and immediately after, a huge opening suddenly split open in the sky that had previously been empty. It was not a rift in the clouds, but a tearing of space itself. A brilliant band of light gushed out from the rift, colorful and dazzling, yet carrying a suffocating pressure. The band of light, like a giant dragon, instantly swallowed the Quinjet. The Bifrost Bridge has activated. There was a hint of trembling in Hela's voice. It was excitement, and also, a return. Su Chen only felt a blur before his eyes, as if his entire being had been thrown into a rapidly rotating kaleidoscope. A sense of weightlessness struck him instantly, followed by colorful light and shadows flashing rapidly before his eyes, while his ears were filled with the rumbling sound of thunder. This feeling was 10,000 times more thrilling than riding a roller coaster. He did not know how much time had passed, perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity, when the Quinjet jolted and came to a steady stop. We've arrived. Hela's voice sounded, carrying a hint of coldness. Su Chen opened his eyes and pushed open the cabin door. A biting cold wind mixed with the smell of sulfur rushed toward him. He walked off the Quinjet, and the scene before him made him hold his breath instantly. This was a continent floating in the universe, surrounded by a huge rainbow-colored band of light, as if it were a belt. Magnificent buildings stood in the center of the continent, with golden spires piercing the clouds, radiating an awe-inspiring divine might. This was Asgard, the kingdom of the gods. However, Asgard at this moment was not peaceful. Alert! An unauthorized aircraft has intruded. The piercing alarm cut through the tranquility of the divine realm. A squad of warriors in golden armor quickly surrounded them, the spears in their hands gleaming with cold light. Who goes there? How dare you trespass in Asgard? The leading warrior shouted loudly, his voice as thunderous as thunder. HMPH, a bunch of guard dogs. Hela walked out from the shadows of the Quinjet. She was no longer wearing that casual Earth outfit but had changed into a suit of black battle armor, engraved with intricate patterns of death. She waved her hand casually, and an invisible power of death erupted instantly. The squad of warriors didn't even have time to grunt. The spears in their hands withered instantly, and the men collapsed to the ground, trembling. Hela, goddess of death, the leading warrior looked at her in terror, his voice trembling. Take me to see Odin. Hela's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Or do you want to die right now? Just then, a golden figure descended from the sky, blocking Hela's path. Hela, stop. It was a burly man with long golden hair draped over his shoulders, wearing red battle armor, his cape flapping in the wind. He was not holding a hammer, but faint rays of lightning were dancing around his body. Thor! Su Chen exclaimed in surprise. Thor turned his head to glance at Su Chen, a flash of confusion in his eyes, but he quickly turned back to Hela and said in a deep voice, Hela, father is not in the palace. You have finally returned. That old thing Odin is still such a coward. Hela sneered. Since he doesn't dare to see me, I will go find him myself. She stepped forward, and with every step she took, the ground of the divine realm beneath her feet would crack open, with black aura of death spreading along the fissures. Hela, stop! Thor roared, the lightning in his hands erupting instantly. transforming into a bolt of lightning that struck toward Hela. However, Hela only lifted her hand lightly, and that bolt of lightning, capable of splitting mountains, dissipated into nothingness in her palm. Thor, you are still so naive. Hela looked at him, her eyes carrying a hint of mockery. Do you think that with your current strength, you can stop me? Thor's expression changed. He had not expected Hela's strength to be so terrifying. He subconsciously looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with a plea for help. Su Chen sighed and stepped forward. My lord Hela, since Odin is not here, why don't we? Before he could finish his sentence, a huge roaring sound suddenly came from the sky. Rumble. Everyone looked up and saw that a huge black hole had suddenly appeared in the sky, and a massive black warship was slowly emerging from the black hole. The warship was pitch black, with countless skull decorations hanging on its hull, emitting a suffocating sense of oppression. This is a warship from Jotunheim. Thor's face turned deathly pale instantly. Jotunheim. A hint of amusement flashed in Hela's eyes. It seems today is truly a lively day. The black warship landed slowly, the cabin door opened, and a giant nearly 3 meters tall walked out. His skin was blue all over, covered in thick ice armor, and his eyes glinted with cold light. Gods of Asgard, greetings. The giant's voice was like muffled thunder, echoing over the divine realm. Laufey. Thor gritted his teeth as he shouted the name. How dare you invade Asgard? Invade? Laufey sneered. We are just here to take back what belongs to us. His gaze shifted to Hela, a flash of greed in his eyes. And also, that woman possessing the power of death, your power is exactly what we in Jotunheim need. Hela was stunned for a moment, then she laughed. You mean, me? She laughed very happily, as if she had heard some enormous joke. It seems today is not only a day for returning home, but also a day to collect some interest. Hela looked at Laufey, a flash of murderous intent in her eyes. Since you have delivered yourselves to my doorstep, then don't leave. She slowly raised her hand, and in her palm, the black power of death condensed into a huge sharp sword. Su Chen, Thor, stand back. There was a hint of excitement in Hela's voice. Today, let me show you what true death is. Su Chen looked at Hela's excited back, then at the solemn-looking Thor, and thought to himself, it seems this trip to Asgard is even more exciting than I imagined. Laufey looked at the massive black sword in Hela's hand, formed from pure power of death, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Woman, although your power is peculiar, in the face of Jotunheim's absolute zero, it is nothing but a flash in the pan. Laufey snorted coldly and swung his hands violently, sending 2 blue waves of frost energy instantly shooting toward Hela. Is that so? A cold smile curled the corners of Hela's lips. She did not dodge, but instead swung the black sword in her hand directly, sending a black sword chi sweeping out. Bang! The frost energy waves and the black sword chi collided in midair. Instead of the expected scattering of ice shards, the 2 frost energy waves, capable of freezing steel, withered and disintegrated the moment they touched the black sword chi, vanishing into countless black specks of dust in the wind at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? A trace of surprise flashed in Laufey's eyes. What is this power? The power of death. Hela's voice seemed to come from the depths of the abyss. Her figure flickered, and she instantly appeared before Laufey, the black sword in her hand carrying an aura of absolute destruction as it slashed directly toward the top of Laufey's head. Laufey was greatly alarmed and hurriedly raised his massive frost sword to block. Clang! With a loud bang, the ground of the realm of gods beneath Laufey's feet instantly cracked. His tall body was actually forced into a half-kneeling position by Hela's strike. The black power of death spread rapidly along the massive frost sword, instantly covering the entire weapon. Immediately after, the massive sword, forged from the hardest ice of Jotunheim, began to crack and crumble inch by inch. This is impossible. Laufey roared, a strong blue light erupting from his body as he attempted to melt the surrounding power of death with his body heat. Nothing is impossible. A trace of mockery flashed in Hela's eyes. With a flick of her wrist, the black sword instantly transformed into countless black blades, stabbing toward Laufey like a rainstorm. Laufey hurriedly brandished his broken ice sword to defend, but those black blades seemed to possess a life of their own, always able to bypass his defenses and pierce his body. Each wound was rapidly eroded by the power of death, making him feel his life force draining away rapidly. Laufey gritted his teeth. He knew that if this continued, he would die here sooner or later. He looked abruptly toward the black warship behind him and roared, "What are you still standing there for? Attack together. Kill this woman." Following Laufey's order, dozens of frost giant warriors instantly jumped down from the black warship, brandishing their frost weapons and charging toward Hela with roars. A bunch of ants. A trace of disdain flashed in Hela's eyes. She slammed the black sword in her hand into the ground, and a black ripple instantly spread outward with her as the center. Domain of Death, activate. As Hela's voice fell, the bodies of those frost giant warriors charging at the forefront instantly stiffened. Immediately after, their skin began to shrivel, their muscles atrophied, and their bones shattered. In just a few breaths, they turned into piles of white, withered bones and collapsed to the ground. What kind of monster is this? The remaining frost giant warriors retreated in terror, their eyes filled with fear. Thor stood to the side, watching Hela's terrifying methods, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Although he knew Hela was strong, he hadn't expected her to be strong to this extent. Su Chen. Thor turned his head to look at Su Chen, saying with a complex expression, "Where on earth did you find her?" Su Chen shrugged and said with a smile, "Fate, perhaps. However, Thor, now is not the time for chatting." He looked at Hela and saw that she had already dealt with most of the frost giant warriors and was walking step by step toward Laufey. "It's your turn." Hela's voice was icy and bone-chilling. The black sword in her hand condensed once more. This time, it shimmered with a dazzling black light, as if it were about to swallow the entire world. Laufey looked at Hela, a trace of despair flashing in his eyes. He knew that he was likely in great danger today. But after all, he was the king of Jotunheim. He gritted his teeth, took a blue crystal ball from his bosom, and crushed it violently. "In the name of Jotunheim, summon the ice behemoth." Following Laufey's roar, the ground began to shake violently, and a massive figure slowly walked out from the hatch of the black warship. It was a colossal beast, its entire body covered in thick ice armor. Its eyes glowed with red light, and it exhaled white cold air from its mouth. With every step it took, the ground would tremble, as if even the realm of gods could not bear its weight. "This is Jotunheim's guardian beast." Thor's expression turned very ugly. "Hela, be careful. The power of this behemoth is enough to destroy half of Asgard." "Destroy Asgard." Hela looked at the behemoth, a trace of excitement flashing in her eyes. "That's perfect. I haven't liked this place for a long time anyway." She swung the black sword in her hand violently, and a massive black sword chi instantly slashed toward the behemoth. Roar. The behemoth roared and raised its massive claw, wanting to block the sword chi. However, that seemingly ordinary black sword chi easily sliced through its ice armor and hacked deeply into its body. Boom. The behemoth's massive body collapsed with a crash. The black power of death rapidly eroded its body, which began to shrivel quickly, and finally turned into a pile of huge, withered bones. "What?" Laufey was completely desperate. "Even the ice behemoth is no match for you. I said, you cannot escape." Hela's figure instantly appeared before Laufey, the black sword in her hand piercing directly through his chest. Ugh! Laufey widened his eyes, looking at the black sword in his chest, his eyes filled with unwillingness. His body began to wither rapidly, and finally, it turned into a pile of white dust that drifted away with the wind. The king of Jotunheim is nothing more than this. Hela withdrew the black sword and turned to look at Thor, a playful smile curling the corners of her lips. "Thor, is it time for Odin next?" Thor's expression changed. Just as he was about to speak, a majestic voice suddenly came from the sky. "Enough. Hela. A golden light descended from the sky, landing between Hela and Thor. As the light dissipated, a man wearing golden armor and holding the eternal spear appeared before everyone. He had only one eye, but that eye contained endless majesty and power. Odin. Hela looked at the man before her, a cold smile curling her lips. Are you finally willing to come out? Odin Bor's son stood there, as if merged with all of Asgard. He tapped his Gingnir spear lightly, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire scene, causing even the aura of the power of death permeating the air to stall. Hela, stop. Odin's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty, as if he were pronouncing a final judgment. Stop. Hela seemed to have heard some grand joke. She looked at Odin, her eyes filled with mockery. Odin, you imprisoned me for so many years, and now you want to dismiss me with a single stop. The black armor on her body vibrated slightly, and an even more powerful power of death erupted, clashing head-on with Odin's pressure. I am not asking you, Hela. Odin sighed, a flash of complex emotion crossing his single eye. I am your father. Father. Hela's voice became sharp. Are you worthy to maintain your hypocritical, the best years of our lives, to appease those Asgardian nobles, and to cover up the mistakes you made in your youth? You imprisoned your own daughter in that dark, sunless place for thousands of years. Is this your so-called fatherly love? Odin fell silent. He looked at Hela, a flash of guilt appearing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by firmness. Everything I did was for Asgard. Odin said in a deep voice. Your power is too great, and too dangerous. If you continue to stay in Asgard, it will only bring destruction. Destruction. Hela sneered. The glory of Asgard is built upon the destruction of countless worlds. What qualification do you have to accuse me? She swung the black sword in her hand, and a black sword chi slashed directly at Odin. Odin did not dodge or evade. He lightly waved his Gingnir, and that sword chi, capable of destroying mountains, instantly dissipated into nothingness. Hela, although your power is great, you cannot defeat me yet. Odin looked at her, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Stop. I can give you a chance. A chance. Hela stopped her movements and looked at Odin, a flash of confusion appearing in her eyes. Yes. Odin nodded. I know your heart is filled with hatred. But hatred cannot fill the void in your heart. I can lift your imprisonment, let you return to Asgard, and become the true goddess of death, governing the souls of all those who died in battle. Sounds good. A playful smile tugged at the corner of Hela's mouth. But I don't trust you. I can swear in the name of Odin. Odin said in a deep voice. As long as you no longer harm Asgard and no longer attempt to conquer other worlds, I will give you freedom and the status you deserve. Hela looked at Odin, her eyes flashing with contemplation. She knew that Odin's strength was unfathomable. If they really fought, although she might not necessarily lose, she would definitely pay a heavy price. Moreover, she did not want to break with all of Asgard at this moment. Fine. Hela suddenly smiled. I accept your proposal. A flash of surprise crossed Odin's eyes. Clearly, he did not expect Hela to agree so readily. However, I have one condition. Hela continued. What condition? I want to take someone with me. Hela turned to look at Su Chen, a meaningful smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Su Chen was shocked and subconsciously took a step back. My lord Hela, I. Don't be afraid, Su Chen. Hela walked to his side and gently patted his shoulder. I just want you to accompany me to a place. She turned to look at Odin, her eyes carrying a hint of provocation. How about it? This condition isn't excessive, is it? Odin looked at Su Chen, a flash of confusion in his eyes. He could feel that this young man did not possess any special power, yet he could stand beside Hela and even seemed to have some kind of influence over her. You may. Odin finally nodded. But you must ensure that you will not harm him. Of course. Hela smiled. He is my lucky star. Odin put away Gingnir, and the pressure on his body dissipated along with it. He looked at Hela and said in a deep voice, remember your promise, Hela. If you break your oath, I will imprison you again, or even, eradicate you. Rest assured, Odin. Hela turned and walked towards the Quinjet. I cherish freedom more than you do. She turned to look at Thor, her eyes carrying a hint of mockery. Thor, enjoy the best years of our lives. I hope it can last a little longer. After speaking, Hela took Su Chen and Wanda and boarded the Quinjet. The engine roared, and the Quinjet slowly ascended, passed through the Bifrost Bridge, and disappeared into the depths of the universe. Odin stood in place, watching the direction where the Quinjet disappeared, remaining silent for a long time. Father, Thor walked to his side and said with a complex expression, Hela, will she really keep her promise? Odin shook his head, a flash of worry crossing his eyes. I don't know. But one thing is certain, Hela's change is greater than I imagined. That young man, there is something about him that I cannot see through. He turned to look at Thor and said in a deep voice, Thor, you must be prepared. The twilight of Asgard may really be coming. Inside the Quinjet, Su Chen looked at Hela, who was humming a tune in the pilot's seat, his heart filled with confusion. My lord Hela, Su Chen couldn't help but ask, where are we going? Hela smiled and didn't look back, to a very interesting place. A place that can make you stronger. A stronger place. Su Chen's heart stirred. Where is it? You'll know when we get there. Hela smiled mysteriously. However, before that, let's talk about your reward. She turned to look at Su Chen, her eyes flashing with anticipation. Su Chen, what reward do you want? Money, power, or immortality? Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled. My lord Hela, can you really give me what I want? Of course. Hela said confidently. In this universe, there is nothing that I, Hela, cannot do. Su Chen looked at her, a flash of cunning in his eyes. Very well, I want you, my lord Hela, to become my exclusive guardian deity. Hela froze. She looked at Su Chen, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes, then she laughed. Su Chen, you really are an interesting fellow. Hela said with a smile. Fine, I promise you. From today on, I am your exclusive guardian deity. But you must also remember, becoming my master will require a price. What price? That is, you must accompany me to conquer this universe. Hela's voice carried a hint of madness, and also a hint of anticipation. Su Chen looked at her and thought to himself, it seems this system mission is even more exciting than I imagined. Deal. Su Chen extended his hand, high-fiving Hela to seal the oath. The Quinjet cut through the darkness of the universe, flying towards the unknown distance. And at the end of that distant galaxy, it seemed that something was waiting for them. The Quinjet carved a silver trajectory through the universe, passing through patches of nebula, and finally came to a halt in a deathly silent star domain. There were no stars here, no planets, and not even light could escape the gravity of this place. All around was a deep darkness, with only the occasional flickering of purple electric arcs illuminating the massive castle suspended in the void realm ahead. The castle was pitch black and twisted in shape, as if it were built from countless massive bones, exuding a suffocating aura of death. Where is this? Su Chen looked at the terrifying castle outside the window, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Welcome to the Shadow Realm, Su Chen. Hela's voice carried a hint of excitement. This is my palace, and also the source of my power. The Shadow Realm. Su Chen was startled. Isn't this Dormammu's territory? Dormammu. Hela sneered. That coward who only knows how to hide in the darkness. He has merely occupied a corner of the Shadow Realm. The true Shadow Realm belongs to death. She turned to look at Su Chen, her eyes flashing with anticipation. Su Chen, do you want to know why I was imprisoned by Odin? Su Chen shook his head. Because I discovered Asgard's greatest secret. Hela's voice became deep. A secret about the eternal flame. The eternal flame. Su Chen was even more confused. That's right. Hela nodded. Asgard's glory is built not only on military force but also on the eternal flame. That fire can burn everything, including time, space, and even the soul. She stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the Black Castle. To obtain that fire, Odin did not hesitate to sacrifice countless lives. And I am the only one who knows the truth. Therefore, he had to imprison me. Su Chen watched Hela's back, filled with shock. He hadn't expected that behind Asgard's, the best years of our lives, such a dark secret was hidden. Then, why did we come here? Su Chen asked. For power. Hela turned around, looking at Su Chen, her eyes flashing with fanatical light. I want to make you the true Lord of Death. Only by possessing enough power can we uncover the truth of Asgard, confront Odin, confront Dormammu, and even confront the entire universe. She walked up to Su Chen and extended her hand. A ball of black fire slowly ignited in her palm. Su Chen, are you willing to accept this power? Su Chen looked at the black fire, his heart filled with hesitation. He knew that once he accepted this power, there would be no turning back. Su Chen had just started to speak when suddenly, the Quinjet's alarm sounded again. Warning. High-dimensional life form detected approaching. Warning. High-dimensional life form detected approaching. It seems someone doesn't want us to have our way. Hela sneered, and the black fire in her hand instantly extinguished. She turned to look out the window and saw a massive purple vortex suddenly appear above the Black Castle. A giant figure slowly stepped out from the vortex. It was a creature wearing a purple robe and a strange headdress. Its body was surrounded by countless strange symbols, its eyes flashing with golden light, exuding a suffocating pressure. Dormammu! Su Chen exclaimed. HMPH, it is I. Dormammu's voice rumbled like thunder, echoing in the void realm. Hela, you dare to trespass in my territory. Your territory. Hela sneered. Dormammu, you think too highly of yourself. The Shadow Realm has never been yours. Since you are courting death, don't blame me for being impolite. Dormammu roared, waved his scepter, and a wave of purple energy instantly struck at the Quinjet. Su Chen, hold on. Hela shouted, swung her black sword, and a black sword chi collided with the purple energy wave in the air. Boom! With a loud bang, the Quinjet was overturned by the massive impact, and Su Chen felt the world go black as he lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying on a dark wasteland, surrounded by dead silence, with only the occasional strange roar coming from the distance. Hela! My lord Hela! Su Chen struggled to stand up and shouted. No one responded. It seems we have been separated. Su Chen thought to himself. He patted his body and found that the system panel was still there, but both Hela and Wanda were gone. Where is this? Su Chen looked around, filled with vigilance. He knew he was currently in an extremely dangerous situation. Just then, he suddenly saw a pair of red eyes appear in the darkness in the distance. Those eyes stared fixedly at him, as if appraising prey. Who are you? Su Chen shouted. The eyes did not answer but slowly approached him. As the eyes drew closer, Su Chen finally saw the true form of the creature. It was a monster composed of countless black tentacles, its body twisted, emitting a nauseating odor. Its eyes flashed with red light, and it made a hissing sound. Shadow creature. Su Chen was startled. Roar. The monster roared and lunged at Su Chen. Su Chen instinctively raised his hand, wanting to use the system's abilities, but discovered that the system panel could not be opened. I can't use the system here. Su Chen was shocked. He quickly dodged to the side, evading the monster's attack. It seems I have to rely on myself. Su Chen gritted his teeth, looked around, and found a sharp stone on the ground. He quickly picked up the stone, held it in his hand, and prepared to fight the monster. Just then, he suddenly heard a voice from behind him. Need some help. Su Chen spun around and saw a man wearing a black trench coat standing behind him, holding a silver handgun. Who are you? Su Chen asked vigilantly. The man smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. My name is Strange. Stephen Strange. Su Chen was stunned. Strange. Isn't this the Sorcerer Supreme? Don't just stand there, kid. Strange smiled. If you want to live, follow me. After speaking, he turned and ran into the darkness. Su Chen hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed. He knew he had no other choice. Strange's pace was fast. Su Chen stumbled after him in the darkness. The monsters behind them let out angry roars, but they seemed afraid to approach the silver pistol in Strange's hand. Dr. Strange. Su Chen shouted while running, how are you here? Now is not the time for explanations. Strange said without looking back, shut up if you want to live. The two ran wildly across the dark wasteland for a long time until the roaring behind them completely disappeared, and only then did Strange stop. He leaned against a dead black tree, panting heavily, and looked at Su Chen with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Who are you? Why did you appear in the Shadow Realm? Su Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, my name is Su Chen, and I came with Hela. However, it seems we got separated. Hela. Strange's expression turned very ugly. That crazy woman left you here. It should be an accident. Su Chen shook his head. Dr. Strange, what exactly is going on here? Why can't I use my system, my abilities? System. Strange was taken aback, then immediately understood something. Oh, you're talking about that so-called cheat. In the Shadow Realm, all rules are set by Dormammu. Here, except for magic, everything else is ineffective. Magic. Su Chen's heart stirred. Then how did you get in? I am the Sorcerer Supreme, kid. Strange smiled, and the silver pistol in his hand turned into a beam of light, drilling into his palm. Although my time stone was snatched away by Dormammu, my space magic can still be used. The time stone was snatched away. Su Chen was shocked. Then how did you escape? Escape. Strange gave a wry smile. I didn't escape. I came to negotiate. He turned his head to look at the huge black castle in the distance, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. Dormammu wants to rule Earth, but he needs a medium. And I am that medium. You want to exchange yourself for the time stone? Su Chen said in surprise. No, I want to use myself to seal him. Strange said in a deep voice, but I need a helper. Su Chen, are you willing to help me? Su Chen looked at Strange, his heart full of hesitation. He knew that Strange was a hero, but his current situation was also very bad. If he helped him, he might die. If he didn't help, he might never find Hela. Okay. Su Chen finally nodded, I will help you. Very good. Strange smiled. Then, let's begin. He raised his hand, and a golden light slowly lit up in his palm. This is. Su Chen looked at the light in surprise. This is a sliver of the time stone's power. Strange said in a deep voice, although the stone was snatched away, I still secretly hid a little bit. Su Chen, listen, I am going to use this power to open a portal to the castle. But the portal can only be maintained for a very short time. We must find the time stone and take it back before then. Understood. Su Chen nodded and gripped the stone in his hand tightly. Strange took a deep breath, and the golden light in his hand erupted instantly, turning into a huge golden beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Portal, open. With a roar from Strange, a golden portal slowly opened in front of them. Behind the door was the hall of the Black Castle, with countless shadow creatures wandering in the hall. Go! Strange shouted and rushed into the portal first. Su Chen followed closely behind. As soon as the two entered the hall, they were surrounded by countless shadow creatures. Roar! The shadow creatures roared and pounced on them. Su Chen, follow me! Strange shouted. The silver pistol in his hand appeared again. He fired several shots forward, and several golden energy waves instantly knocked back the shadow creatures rushing to the front. Su Chen seized the opportunity to rush forward, smashing the stone in his hand hard onto the head of a shadow creature. The monster let out a scream and turned into a puddle of black liquid. This way. Strange pointed to a staircase in the corner of the hall and shouted, the time stone is upstairs. The two fought their way all the way to the staircase. However, just as they were preparing to go upstairs, a familiar voice suddenly came from the stairs. Strange, you are still so naive. A figure wearing a purple robe walked down slowly. In his hand, he held a gemstone emitting a dazzling light. Dormammu. Strange shouted through gritted teeth. That's right, it is I. Dormammu sneered, do you think that with your little bit of power, you can snatch the time stone from my hands? He turned his head to look at Su Chen, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh. There is actually another little mouse. Dormammu, let Hela go. Su Chen shouted loudly. Hela. Dormammu smiled. That woman. She is currently my honored guest. What? Su Chen was shocked. Don't worry, she isn't dead yet. Dormammu said playfully, however, if you don't listen, she might not live much longer. You. Su Chen glared at Dormammu, but was helpless. Strange, how about making a deal? Dormammu suddenly said, give me your body, and I will let Hela and this kid go. Dream on. Strange refused without hesitation. All right then. Dormammu shrugged, since you are unwilling, then don't blame me for being impolite. The time stone in his hand suddenly lit up, and a powerful force instantly struck towards them. Su Chen, run! Strange shouted, and the silver pistol in his hand turned into a golden shield, blocking in front of them. Boom! The golden shield shattered instantly, and Strange spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Dr. Strange! Su Chen exclaimed and hurriedly supported him. Su Chen, listen to me. Strange said weakly, the time stone cannot fall into Dormammu's hands, you must destroy it. Destroy it. Su Chen was shocked. That's right. Strange nodded, only by destroying it, will Dormammu's power disappear. He took a golden amulet from his bosom and stuffed it into Su Chen's hand. Take it, this is, the time stone's weakness. After saying this, he closed his eyes. Dr. Strange. Su Chen shouted, but Strange never responded again. What a touching scene. Dormammu's voice came again. He walked step by step towards Su Chen, the time stone in his hand flickering with an eerie light. Now, it's your turn. Dormammu sneered, and the time stone in his hand smashed towards Su Chen. Su Chen instinctively raised the amulet in his hand, and the amulet instantly erupted with a dazzling light, colliding with the power of the time stone. Boom! With a loud noise, Su Chen only felt the world go black before his eyes, and he lost consciousness. I don't know how much time passed, but Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying on a dark wasteland, surrounded by dead silence, with only strange roars occasionally coming from the distance. Hela! My lord Hela! Su Chen struggled to stand up and shouted loudly. No one responded to him. It seems we were separated. Su Chen thought to himself. He felt his body and found that the system panel was still there, but both Hela and Wanda were gone. Where is this? Su Chen looked around, his heart full of vigilance. He knew that he was currently in an extremely dangerous situation. Just at this moment, he suddenly saw a pair of red eyes appear in the darkness in the distance. Those eyes stared fixedly at him, as if sizing up a prey. Who are you? Su Chen shouted. The eyes did not answer but slowly approached him. As the eyes approached, Su Chen finally saw the true face of the creature. It was a monster made of countless black tentacles, its body twisted, emitting a nauseating smell. Its eyes flickered with red light, and it hissed from its mouth. Shadow creature. Su Chen was shocked. Roar. The monster let out a roar and pounced on Su Chen. Su Chen instinctively raised his hand, wanting to use the system's ability, but found that the system panel could not be opened. The system cannot be used here. Su Chen was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly dodged to the side, avoiding the monster's attack. It seems I can only rely on myself. Su Chen gritted his teeth and looked around, finding a sharp stone on the ground. He hurriedly picked up the stone, held it in his hand, and prepared to fight the monster. Just at this moment, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Need some help. Su Chen turned around abruptly and saw a man in a black trench coat standing behind him, holding a silver pistol in his hand. Who are you? Su Chen asked vigilantly. The man smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. My name is Strange. Stephen Strange. Su Chen was stunned. Strange. Isn't this the Sorcerer Supreme? Don't just stand there, kid. Strange smiled. If you want to live, follow me. After saying this, he turned and ran into the darkness. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed. He knew that he had no other choice now. Su Chen's consciousness felt like a stone cast into the deep sea, heavy and sinking, surrounded by endless darkness. Just when he thought he would sink forever, a bone-chilling cold suddenly pierced into his brain. He hissed as he drew in a sharp breath of cold air and snapped his eyes open. In his field of vision was a strange, seemingly flowing gray fog. He was lying on a cold rock, every bone in his body feeling as if it had fallen apart, especially his chest, which throbbed with a dull pain, the spot where he had been struck by Dormammu using the power of the Time Stone. Dr. Strange. Su Chen struggled to sit up and looked around. The man who claimed to be the Sorcerer Supreme was gone, or rather, the Strange from the end of the previous chapter had vanished. Su Chen remembered clearly that it was a lure conjured by Dormammu using magic. The real Strange was still under Dormammu's control. Su Chen cursed under his breath, feeling as if a ball of fire were stuffed in his throat. He subconsciously tried to access the system interface in his mind to see if there were any items like recovery potion or invincibility shield. However, the familiar translucent interface remained pitch black, completely unresponsive. The rules of the Shadow Realm were like an iron curtain, completely sealing off all his technology and system abilities. Am I going to die here? Su Chen felt a sense of despair. Just then, he felt a hard object inside his chest clothing. He quickly pulled it out and saw it was the golden amulet that Strange had shoved into his hand before losing consciousness. The amulet emitted a faint golden light in the gray fog, seemingly pulsing like a heart. The weakness of the Time Stone. Su Chen muttered to himself, his fingers tracing the ancient runes on the amulet. He suddenly remembered Strange's last words, only by destroying it can Dormammu's power disappear. But how could he destroy it? He couldn't even touch the Time Stone, let alone destroy it. Just as Su Chen was deep in thought, the gray fog behind him suddenly surged violently. A nauseating scent of decay rushed toward him, accompanied by a low roar. Su Chen's heart tightened, he quickly gripped the amulet in his hand and turned around vigilantly. In the gray fog, a giant monster composed of countless black tentacles and twisted limbs slowly emerged. Its eyes were two burning red lotuses, staring fixedly at Su Chen as if looking at a piece of meat about to enter its mouth. Roar. The monster let out a deafening roar, and countless tentacles, like long whips, lashed out fiercely toward Su Chen. Su Chen's expression changed, he quickly performed a side roll, narrowly dodging the attack. The tentacles struck the rock, instantly corroding the hard stone into black liquid. This thing is poisonous. Su Chen felt a chill in his heart. He had no weapons and could only rely on his agility to dodge and weave across the rugged, rocky ground. Although the monster's attacks were violent, its movements were slightly clumsy. Utilizing the terrain, Su Chen was able to hold his own for the time being. I can't keep going like this. Su Chen knew that his stamina was limited, while the monster seemed endless. While dodging, he observed the monster's weaknesses. Suddenly, he noticed that whenever the monster attacked, the red lotus-like energy core on its chest would flicker. That was the source of its power. The core. A gleam flashed in Su Chen's eyes. If I could hit that. However, he didn't have Strange's magic, Iron Man's lasers, or even a decent knife. He only had the golden amulet in his hand. A bold idea emerged in his mind. Strange said this is the weakness of the Time Stone. Could it also work against these monsters derived from the power of the Time Stone? Su Chen decided to take a gamble. When the monster opened its bloody maw again, preparing to devour him, Su Chen did not choose to dodge. Instead, he lunged forward, and at the moment the monster's tentacles were about to entangle him, he poured all his strength into his right hand and threw the golden amulet at the red lotus core on the monster's chest. Go! The amulet traced a golden arc through the air and accurately hit the target. Sizzle! A sharp screeching sound rang out, like a red-hot iron block plunged into ice water. The monster let out a shrill scream, its entire body began to tremble violently, and the red lotus light on its chest flickered wildly, dimming and brightening. It works! Su Chen was overjoyed. Taking advantage of the moment the monster was struggling in pain, Su Chen picked up a sharp black rock from the ground and charged again. This time, he did not retreat but used all his strength to smash it fiercely into the monster's head. Bang! Black liquid splattered everywhere, the monster's head instantly exploded, and its massive body collapsed with a thud, turning into a pool of black water and dissipating into the gray fog. Su Chen panted heavily, looking at the remains on the ground, a feeling of relief for having survived a disaster welling up in his heart. He walked to where the monster had fallen and picked up the unscathed golden amulet. The light on the amulet seemed even brighter than before. It seems this thing can not only restrain the time stone but also absorb its power. Su Chen mused thoughtfully. Just then, the amulet in his hand suddenly vibrated violently, and a faint golden beam of light shot out from it, pointing toward the depths of the darkness in the distance. Su Chen followed the light and looked, and at the end of the gray fog, the outline of a huge palace made of black crystal vaguely appeared. Dormammu's lair. Su Chen gripped the amulet tightly, his eyes becoming determined. He stood up, brushed the dust off his body, and walked step by step toward the palace. No matter how many dangers lay ahead, he had to rescue Hela and the Time Stone. Su Chen gripped the golden amulet in his hand, its light now dim, his heart pounding violently in his chest. Although that time reversal had successfully sent him back to the past and allowed him to dodge the monster's lethal blow, it had also drained almost all the energy from the amulet. At this moment, the once dazzling golden light was reduced to a thin halo, like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. As the energy exhausted, Su Chen furrowed his brows. Just then, the massive monster made of black tentacles launched another charge. Having lost the ability to reverse time, Su Chen was like a tiny ant before it, any mistake would be fatal. Since I can't reverse time, could I pause time? A crazy thought flashed through Su Chen's mind. He remembered strange saying that the time stone represented the flow of time. Since the amulet was its weakness, perhaps it could also interfere with the flow of time, even if only for a brief moment. The monster's sharp claws, carrying a foul stench, had already lunged before him, the scent of decay almost suffocating. I'll risk it. Su Chen poured the last shred of strength in his body, along with his desire to survive, into the golden amulet in his hand. Time. Stop. With Su Chen's roar, the amulet in his hand suddenly erupted with a blinding golden light. This golden light did not spread outward but instead formed a cone-shaped beam, shooting precisely at the lunging monster. A miracle happened. The monster's lightning-fast movements, the instant they were hit by the golden light, abruptly froze in midair. Its claws were less than a centimeter from the tip of Su Chen's nose. Its ferocious face, burning red eyes, and the black slime dripping from its tentacles were all clearly visible, yet frozen, like a movie frame with the pause button pressed. It really stopped. Su Chen watched the scene before him in disbelief. Although it was only for a short second, for Su Chen, it was enough. Without the slightest hesitation, he rolled violently to the side, narrowly avoiding the monster's attack range. Crack! With a crisp shattering sound, the golden amulet in Su Chen's hand completely crumbled into dust, slipping through his fingers. The force maintaining the time pause vanished along with it. Roar! The monster regained its movement, and discovering it had lunged into empty air, it roared in anger. It frantically waved its sharp claws, smashing the surrounding rocks into pieces, but it could no longer find any trace of Su Chen. Su Chen hid behind a massive rock, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking his back. Disposable. He looked at the dust in his hand, feeling some regret, but more relief at having survived. Still, it was worth it. That brief, time pause, not only allowed him to dodge a lethal attack, but more importantly, he had discovered a pattern. This monster, derived from the power of the Time Stone, relied entirely on the flow of time for its actions. Once time was interfered with, its movements would be severely restricted. If only I could have another amulet like this. As soon as this thought rose in Su Chen's mind, he immediately dismissed it. There were no more amulets, and he didn't have time to look for one anyway. He poked his head out and glanced at the black castle looming in the gray mist in the distance. Hela. Su Chen gritted his teeth, his gaze becoming determined. He stood up from behind the rock, and while the monster was still frantically searching for him, he moved like an agile leopard, sticking close to the ground as he stealthily advanced toward the castle. He knew that the real challenge had only just begun. Su Chen pressed against the cold, rough rock face, moving quickly through the shadows of the boulders like a gecko. Behind him, that massive shadow monster was letting out a deafening roar, frantically tearing at the surrounding rocks as if it wanted to rip this space apart. Although he had temporarily escaped the crisis of being killed in an instant, Su Chen's mood did not lighten much. The golden amulet in his hand had turned to powder, which meant he had lost his only trump card capable of countering the rules of time. In this shadow realm dominated by Dormammu, without the system and without any cheats, he was just like an unarmed ordinary person who had stumbled into a pack of wolves. I must find Hela as soon as possible, Su Chen thought to himself. Although Hela was called an honored guest by Dormammu, given her explosive temper and the pride of the goddess of death, she would never submit to anyone. She might be brewing a counterattack somewhere, and he had to find her before she completely enraged Dormammu. Relying on a vague sense of direction, Su Chen sprinted toward the looming black castle. However, the terrain of the Shadow Realm did not seem to follow common logic. The more anxious he was to get closer, the thicker the surrounding gray mist became, as if it were alive, wrapping around him and trying to drag him into an endless abyss. Just as Su Chen felt a bit disoriented, a strange red light suddenly flashed in the gray mist ahead. The light was not blinding, but it carried a heart-palpitating restlessness that was completely out of place in the dead silence of the Shadow Realm. That is, Su Chen's heart stirred, and he subconsciously slowed his pace, approaching with caution. As the distance closed, he saw the source of the red light. It was a tiny vortex suspended in midair, composed of pure red energy, slowly rotating as if devouring the surrounding darkness. This aura. Su Chen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This restless, chaotic, yet destructive feeling reminded him of someone. Wanda. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this red energy vortex was very likely a trace left behind by Wanda's chaos magic. Had Wanda also come to the Shadow Realm? Or was this just her residual power? There was no time to think. Su Chen reached out and tentatively touched the red vortex. Zzz. What came from his fingertips was not coldness, but a scorching, tingling sensation as if an electric current were passing through his body. Immediately after, that red vortex seemed to be summoned by something and instantly burrowed into Su Chen's palm. Ah! Su Chen couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as his entire body was flipped onto the ground by a massive force. Countless chaotic images flooded into his mind instantly. Twisted reality, collapsing houses, and a pair of brown eyes filled with sorrow and anger. Wanda, where are you? Su Chen gritted his teeth, struggling to resist the impact of this power. He felt as if his consciousness had been swept into a huge vortex, his body becoming light and airy, as if it might dissipate at any moment. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the tearing pain finally began to subside. Su Chen collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, his clothes soaked with sweat. He slowly raised his hand and looked at his palm. On his originally pale skin, a faint, vein-like red pattern had now appeared. And deep in his consciousness, there seemed to be an extra connection that was completely out of place in this world. Is this chaos magic? Su Chen found it hard to believe. Although it was only a sliver, he could clearly feel that this power was completely different from the rules of the Shadow Realm. It was not controlled by Dormammu and even carried a violent attribute capable of twisting reality. Could it be that Wanda's power can be used here? A glimmer of light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. If that were true, he might have found another possibility for countering Dormammu. Although it was only a sliver of chaos magic, at a critical moment, it might have an unexpected effect. Su Chen struggled to stand up, feeling that faint yet violent power in his palm. He took a deep breath and cast his gaze toward the black castle in the distance once more. Gila, Wanda, wait for me. He clenched his fist, the red pattern flickering in his palm, then turned around and took a more determined step toward the castle. This time, he was no longer an unarmed intruder, he had brought a variable from the real world. Passing through the barrier of gray mist, the castle constructed of black crystal finally appeared in its entirety before Su Chen. It looked like a giant thorn piercing the firmament, sharp and hideous, with countless twisted shadow creatures crawling on the walls of the castle, as if the building itself were a living thing. Su Chen did not force his way through the main entrance, he had not forgotten his current situation. In the Shadow Realm without the protection of the system, the main entrance was most likely a meat grinder prepared for him by Dormammu. He circled to the side and rear of the castle, where there was a collapsed turret. The broken stone pillars, resembling rows of withered bones, provided him with excellent cover. Just as he was preparing to climb over the broken wall, a strong wave of magic suddenly erupted from the depths of the castle. It was not the oppressive dark power of Dormammu, but a violent, chaotic, red energy that seemed capable of tearing reality apart. It is the aura of Wanda. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. The appearance of this power made the originally dead silent Shadow Realm restless. The surrounding shadow creatures began to hiss and roar uneasily, and even some of the restrictions set by Dormammu showed brief signs of loosening. A good opportunity. Su Chen seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, his figure flashed, and like a cheetah, he darted into the interior of the castle. The scene inside the castle was even more bizarre than outside. The walls were covered with flowing black liquid, and the ground seemed to have elasticity, sinking a few inches with every step. Following the source of that red energy, he snuck all the way to the core of the castle, a huge circular hall. In the center of the hall, a gemstone emitting dazzling light was floating, it was the Time Stone. And beneath the gemstone, a huge magic circle was slowly operating, with countless black chains extending from the magic circle, binding a red figure. Gila! Su Chen shouted in a low voice. The woman bound by the chains slowly raised her head. Although her armor was somewhat damaged, her eyes remained as cold and arrogant as ice. Seeing Su Chen, the corner of Hela's mouth curled into a mocking arc. I thought you had died outside, my bodyguard. You still have the mood to joke. Su Chen said quickly while vigilantly observing his surroundings, where is Dormammu? He is digesting the power of the Time Stone and cannot attend to me for the time being. Gila snorted coldly, the chains in her hands rattling. However, these chains were forged using the core rules of the Shadow Realm. With your current power, you simply cannot open them. Su Chen was about to speak when suddenly, at the throne above the hall, a purple figure slowly emerged. It was a woman wearing a purple robe and a strange headdress. Her eyes were deep and dangerous, and she was examining Su Chen with great interest. Another little mouse. The woman's voice carried a strange rhythm, as if it could burrow directly into one's mind. Su Chen was shocked. The pressure this woman gave him was not much weaker than Dormammu's. Moreover, she did not have that kind of pure dark aura on her, but instead carried a kind of chaos. Who are you? Su Chen asked in a deep voice. The woman chuckled, stood up from the throne, and slowly walked down the steps. Who am I? I am the prisoners, imprisoned here by Dormammu, and also the only one who can help you leave this place. She walked up to Su Chen, extended a finger, lifted Su Chen's chin, her eyes playful. Little one, inside your body, there is the scent of that red-haired witch. It seems you have a deep connection with chaos. Su Chen took a sharp step back, avoiding her finger, and said coldly, I do not need your help. Do not be in such a rush to refuse. The woman laughed even more happily. Dormammu is about to return, and without my help, none of you will be able to live and leave. And she turned her head and looked at Hela, who was bound by chains, a trace of greed flashing in her eyes. What I want is just a drop of blood from this Asgard woman, and a little interest from that chaos power within your body. Dream on. Hela shouted angrily, a powerful power of death erupting from her body as she attempted to break free from the chains. It seems you still haven't figured out the situation. The woman sighed, the purple light in her hand flashed, and a powerful force instantly suppressed Hela's resistance. Su Chen watched this scene, his brain working at high speed. This woman was clearly trying to take advantage of the situation, but her words were not wrong. As they were now, they had absolutely no capital to fight Dormammu head-on. Fine. Su Chen suddenly spoke, I agree to your terms. Hela looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Su Chen. Su Chen ignored Hela and stared fixedly at the woman. I can give you the chaos power within me, and I can also give you a drop of Hela's blood. But you must guarantee to take us safely away from here, and he pointed at the time stone. Help me destroy it. The woman was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Destroy the time stone. Little one, you really are a madman. However, I like it. She extended her hand, and a purple contract scroll appeared in her palm. Sign it, and our transaction will be considered concluded. Su Chen looked at the scroll and, without the slightest hesitation, pressed his handprint directly onto it. The moment the handprint fell, the entire castle suddenly trembled violently. Dormammu has returned. The woman put away the scroll, a look of solemnity appearing on her face. Follow me closely, and do not run around. She turned and walked toward a shadow in the corner of the hall. The purple light in her hand flashed, and the shadow rippled like water waves, forming a portal. Go! Su Chen grabbed the weak Hela and followed the woman, rushing into the portal. The very next second after they disappeared, a huge purple figure appeared in the center of the hall, looking at the empty magic circle and letting out a roar of fury. On the other side of the portal was a desolate ruin. Su Chen steadied Hela and looked at the woman vigilantly. The woman turned around, looked at Su Chen, and the corners of her mouth curled into a meaningful smile. All right, you are free. As for that agreement. She paused, a trace of cunning flashing in her eyes. I will come to find you, Su Chen. After saying this, her figure turned into a cloud of purple smoke and dissipated into the air. Su Chen looked at the place where the woman had disappeared, a foreboding premonition rising in his heart. That was Agatha. Hela's voice rang in his ears, carrying a trace of exhaustion and wariness. You just made a transaction with a witch queen, Su Chen. You are truly daring. Su Chen gave a wry smile. If I hadn't done that, we both would have died just now. He supported Hela and looked toward the sky in the distance, which was gradually brightening. Regardless, let's leave this place first. The two supported each other and walked toward the depths of the ruins. Behind them, the black castle loomed in the gray mist, as if a giant eye were coldly watching their every move. The wind in the ruins carried a bone-chilling cold. Su Chen supported Hela, and every step felt exceptionally heavy. Although the thrilling escape just now had been successful, the feeling of being used as a pawn made him extremely uncomfortable. Agatha Harkness. Hela leaned against a broken stone pillar and snorted coldly. A hint of color returned to her pale face, but her eyes remained cold. That rat hiding in the shadows actually dares to negotiate terms in front of this goddess. She saved us. Although Su Chen was also wary of Agatha, he had to admit this. Moreover, she seems very interested in chaos magic. Mentioning chaos magic, Su Chen suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest. That was the wisp of red energy he had absorbed in the shadow realm. At this moment, it was like a fire, rampaging through his meridians. What's wrong? Gila keenly noticed his abnormality. It's nothing, maybe it's. Before Su Chen could finish his sentence, that red energy suddenly erupted within his body. Ah! Su Chen clutched his chest in pain and fell to his knees. Su Chen. Gila wanted to support him, but due to exhaustion, she also stumbled. Just then, the surrounding air suddenly became viscous. The originally gray ruins were instantly shrouded in a layer of eerie red light. This is. Hela's pupils constricted. A figure slowly walked out from the red light. It was a woman with red hair. Her eyes held sadness, anger, and a trace of unbelievable fanaticism. Wanda. Su Chen lifted his head with difficulty, looking at the familiar figure. Wanda did not speak, she just looked at Su Chen quietly, then slowly raised her hand. Su Chen felt his body instantly lifted by a huge force, as if an invisible pair of hands were gripping his throat. Wanda, what are you doing? Su Chen struggled, his face turning red. Inside you, there is her scent. Wanda's voice was hoarse and cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. That old witch. Agatha. Su Chen was shocked. Only then did he realize that Wanda was not trying to kill him, but was enraged by the magical aura of Agatha's contract within him. Cough, cough, it was me, it was the deal I made with her. Su Chen squeezed out the words with difficulty. Wanda's movements paused slightly, and the red light in her eyes flickered. She seemed to be struggling, wavering between reason and madness. Just then, a purple figure suddenly appeared behind Wanda. What a touching reunion. It was Agatha. She had not gone far, or rather, she had been watching from the shadows all along. Wanda, my child. Agatha smiled, purple magic energy quietly gathering in her hand. Give your power to me. Only I can help you control this power. Shut up. Wanda turned her head abruptly, her eyes instantly filled with violent red light. You liar. She waved her hand violently, and a wave of red light formed by chaos magic instantly blasted toward Agatha. Agatha was clearly prepared. She chuckled, her body turning into a cloud of purple smoke to dodge the attack. It seems you prefer the hard way. Agatha's voice came from the smoke, tinged with annoyance. Since you aren't willing to hand over your power, I will just have to take it. The purple smoke instantly condensed into countless sharp blades, shooting toward Wanda like a torrential rain. Wanda stood where she was, motionless. She just raised her hand and pushed her palm forward. Boom! An even more violent wave of chaos magic erupted, instantly devouring and shattering those purple blades. Do you think I am still that little girl you can manipulate? Wanda's voice was filled with killing intent. She rushed toward Agatha, her hands waving, and the red magic, like two dancing dragons, completely enveloped Agatha. Agatha's expression finally changed. She discovered that her dark magic, which she was so proud of, appeared so fragile in front of Wanda's chaos magic. Her defensive magic was instantly shattered, and she was blasted away, crashing into a huge rock. Cough, cough. Agatha struggled to climb up, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Wanda in disbelief. Your power, how did it become so strong? Because you are too weak. Wanda said coldly. She walked toward Agatha step by step. With every step she took, a red crack appeared on the ground. No. Don't. Agatha finally felt fear. She wanted to turn into smoke and escape again, but discovered that the surrounding space-time had been locked by Wanda's magic. Wanda walked up to Agatha, raised her hand, and aimed her palm at her forehead. This move is what you taught me. Wanda's voice was cold and ruthless. The next second, a powerful suction force emitted from her palm. Agatha discovered with horror that the magic power within her was uncontrollably and crazily surging toward Wanda. No. Stop. You will be blown apart by the power. Agatha screamed, trying to struggle, but in front of Wanda's absolute power, her struggle seemed so feeble. As her magic power drained away, Agatha's body began to shrivel, her skin aged rapidly, and her originally elegant appearance instantly became like withered wood. Ah! After a shrill scream, Agatha's body collapsed completely to the ground, turning into a mummified corpse. And all of her magic power had now merged into Wanda's body. Wanda closed her eyes, feeling the unprecedented powerful force within her. Around her body, red light flickered crazily, as if it were about to ignite the entire ruins. Su Chen and Hela stood not far away, watching this scene, both silent. Su Chen looked at the girl who was once gentle and kind, now turned into a witch who could kill for power, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Hela, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her. She just looked at Wanda coldly, a trace of imperceptible vigilance flashing in her eyes. Wanda slowly opened her eyes. She turned around and looked at Su Chen and Hela. At this moment, there was a trace of clarity in her eyes, but also a trace of strangeness. Su Chen. She called out, her voice still hoarse, but no longer carrying that crazy fluctuation. Wanda. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief and managed to stand up straight. Are you okay? Wanda did not answer. She just looked at Su Chen quietly, then slowly raised her hand. Su Chen subconsciously took a step back. Wanda's hand stopped in midair, a trace of pain and self-mockery flashing in her eyes. She gave a bitter smile, then turned and walked toward the depths of the ruins. Follow me. Her voice came from ahead. I know how to leave this place. Su Chen and Hela exchanged glances, both seeing a trace of confusion in each other's eyes. Did she just absorb Agatha's power? Hela asked in a low voice. Su Chen nodded, his brows furrowed. And, she seems to have become stronger. He looked at Wanda's slightly lonely back, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. The Wanda of the past seemed truly gone forever. And the current her, was she their ally, or another more terrifying threat? Let's go. Su Chen took a deep breath, supported Hela, and followed in Wanda's footsteps. The wind in the ruins was still cold, but Su Chen knew that the real storm might have just begun. Outside the ruins, the sound of sirens approached from afar, piercing the deathly silence of Westview. However, it was not the wailing of ordinary police cars, but a deeper, more high-tech engine roar. Several Quinn jets adorned with the shield logo tore through the clouds, their massive landing gear slowly descending, kicking up clouds of dust on the open ground outside the ruins. Shield. Hela brushed the dust off Su Chen's shoulder, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. It seems your Earth's strongest organization, friends have arrived quite quickly. Su Chen rubbed his chest, which was still aching faintly, and his gaze pierced through the swirling dust to look at the red-clad figure walking alone ahead. Wanda stopped in her tracks. She did not turn back, only slightly turned her face, her red hair fluttering gently in the wind. At this moment, a heart-palpitating red glimmer emanated faintly from her body. It was the chaos magic that had not yet fully subsided after she had just devoured Agatha's power. Su Chen. Her voice was very soft, yet it reached Su Chen's ears clearly. If they want to capture me, what would you do? This was a test. Su Chen's heart tightened. He knew that Wanda was currently on the verge of losing control. Just now, she had drained Agatha without hesitation. This craving for power and violence made Su Chen feel like she was a stranger. Whoever dares to touch you, touches me. Su Chen did not hesitate at all, taking a step forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Hela raised an eyebrow, seemingly unsurprised by Su Chen's declaration, and just lazily yawned. All right, stop acting out a tragic drama here. That group of ants in uniforms is coming over. A dozen fully armed SHIELD Special Operations agents quickly dispersed, forming a perimeter, their ion rifles at the ready. The lead agent was none other than Jimmy Woo, who had just arrived. He looked at the ruins before him, which looked as if they had been leveled by a nuclear bomb, and then at the three people in the center who were unscathed, except for their dirty clothes, and swallowed hard. Everyone, hands on your heads. Get on the ground. Jimmy shouted, feigning composure. Responding to him was an invisible pressure. Hela merely lifted her eyelids slightly, and a dark aura from the realm of Asgard instantly spread. Several agents closest to them felt their knees go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground directly. Is this your shield way of hospitality? Hela snorted coldly, her black armor gleaming coldly in the sunlight. It seems that one-eyed dragon never taught you what manners are. Stop. A sharp shout came. The crowd parted, and Nick Fury walked in with Monica Rambeau. A complex light flickered in Fury's single eye. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had seen countless storms, but the scene before him still made his scalp tingle. In the center of the ruins, the woman shrouded in red light, Wanda, was looking at him with a gaze of indifference toward all living beings. And beside her, one was the goddess of death who had just emerged from the shadow realm, and the other was a young man whose depth he could not fathom. Put down your weapons. Fury waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to step back. Director, but Jimmy was anxious. I said, put them down. Fury's voice was unquestionable. The agents hesitantly put away their weapons. Fury took off his hat, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Su Chen, Hela, and Wanda, finally resting on Wanda, Maximoff the Handmaiden, and Hela the Handmaiden. And this Mr. Su Chen. We were just passing by and saw an accident. Su Chen spoke first, looking innocent. This house suddenly collapsed, luckily we ran fast. Fury obviously didn't believe this nonsense. He glanced at Agatha's mummified corpse vaguely visible in the ruins. Although it had turned into a corpse, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology could analyze that it was Agatha, and then glanced at the red light dancing on Wanda's fingertips. No matter what happened, it's no longer safe here. Fury took a deep breath and made a bold decision. We need to talk about this house, and your future. We don't need protection. Hela said proudly, if you want us to go to the shield base for tea, there's no need. No, it's not an interrogation. Fury looked at Su Chen, his eyes becoming sharp. It's cooperation. Mr. Su Chen, I know you are a smart man. Earth is full of threats, and S.H.I.E.L.D. needs talent like you, with special abilities. This was an olive branch, and also a test. Su Chen's heart stirred. This was exactly a step in his plan. Rather than being monitored by S.H.I.E.L.D. as a potential threat, it would be better to infiltrate the inside directly. Cooperation is possible. Su Chen smiled, but then the tone changed. However, I have two conditions. First, we want absolute freedom of action, not bound by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s standard regulations. Second, Su Chen turned to look at Wanda, seeing her looking at Fury thoughtfully, seemingly evaluating the threat level of this one-eyed man. We want a separate living area, and any research regarding chaos magic must be approved by us. Fury fell silent. He looked at Su Chen, then at Wanda who could explode at any moment, and finally nodded. Deal. As long as you don't blow up Earth, everything is negotiable. A wise choice. Su Chen extended his hand. Fury shook his hand, but the moment he let go, Su Chen keenly saw a flash of vigilance in Fury's eyes. Boarded the Quinjet. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Hela sat carelessly in the front row, closing her eyes to rest. Wanda sat in the corner, remaining silent, her fingers unconsciously twining a strand of red hair. Su Chen sat beside her and asked cautiously, "Are you okay?" Wanda looked up. Deep within those brown eyes, there was a faint trace of dark red blood color circulating. She looked at Su Chen, the corners of her mouth curling into a half-smile. "Su Chen, do you know? After absorbing that old woman's power, I feel clearer than ever before." She paused, her voice lowering slightly, but also more hungry. Su Chen's heart chilled. Just then, Hela in front suddenly opened her eyes, turned her head, and her gaze met Wanda's in the air. One was the Asgard goddess of death, the other was the Earth's Scarlet Witch. Two powerful auras collided silently within the narrow cabin, and the air seemed to solidify. Finally, Gila chuckled and turned her head away. Interesting. Hope you don't turn into a second Agatha, otherwise. I will personally send you to meet Gila. Wanda did not speak, only gently closed her eyes. Su Chen, caught in the middle, felt a headache. Shield's door had been opened, but how to maintain balance among this group of gods and demons seemed much more difficult than he had imagined. The convoy slowly drove into Shield's temporary base located near New York. Su Chen looked at the passing scenery outside the window, thinking to himself, next, it's about how to use the system tasks to completely solidify the status of these two great aunts. And at this moment, Agatha's shriveled corpse was packed into a special freezer and was being transported to Shield's top secret laboratory. No one noticed that in the gaps of her withered fingers, there seemed to remain a trace of an extremely faint, purple glimmer that did not belong to this world. That's the end of part 1 and 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching my video. Please like and share it.